Welcome to downtown St. Louis. A sold-out crowd is expected. The Kansas City Royals and the St. Louis Cardinals' final meeting of the season here from Busch Stadium. Today, good news as Chris Carpenter was on the mound. Second time he has done that since his surgery. Reported no ill effects, and after that it was Mark Mulder. That's good to see as well. The return still in question, but definitely steps in the right direction. Welcome to the broadcast booth with my partner Al Raboski. I'm Dan McLaughlin. Baseball tonight, Game 3 between the Kansas City Royals and the St. Louis Cardinals. Last night you took a look at what Chris Duncan did, a home run, 3 RBIs, and you start seeing the numbers projected out from last year to now. Pretty impressive.
Absolutely, 13 home runs this year, but last year in the second half he had 19 home runs, so a .280 average, 32 home runs, 67 RBIs in just 125 games, 421 at-bats. A full season is really around 600 at-bats, so you can see the damage he would do.
Well, the matchup tonight is a pair of right-handers. Todd Wellemeyer going for St. Louis. He is 2-0. Gil Mesh, this is our Ford Key matchup, and when you take a look at the matchup, you know, the numbers for Mesh have been pretty good on the mound despite the fact he's 4-6. The big difference is run support.
Now look at the great ERA for Mesh, and even in the last 7 starts, it's 2.6 runs. Where you look at the run support, over 10, almost 11 for Todd Wellemeyer in his 4 starts with the Cardinals.
Well, we're just about set to go. The Kansas City Royals and the St. Louis Cardinals tonight here from Busch Stadium. Big crowd expected. Weather is perfect. Royals and Cardinals coming up in Game 3.
Back inside Busch Stadium, I'm Pat Paris. First pitch moments away right now. Highlights from this afternoon's action. The Milwaukee Brewers going for the sweep at home against the Giants. No Barry Bonds in the starting lineup. First inning, the action gets going. Bags packed with Brewers.
In the air, left field, and Hall will watch it fly. Grand slam home run.
Bill Hall's second career slam. Both coming this season. Top of the 6-0 Milwaukee. Benji Molina, Yadier's brother, up with the bases full of Giants. Molina unloads on one. Off Claudio Vargas, the Giants answer with a grand slam of their own, cut the lead to 6-4, and Vargas's day is done. Later in the inning, Barry Bonds pinch hitting.
On the ground, Weeks from the outfield will throw past Felder. I have no idea what happened. Here comes Franson, and he is going to be out at the plate.
Giants get caught trying to score, trying to tie the game up. Milwaukee holds on to win 7-5 the final. Dan and I'll have the call. Todd Wellemeyer gets the start. Coming up next here on FSN Midwest. We'll see you afterwards.
Cardinals baseball on FSN Midwest is brought to you by refreshingly smooth Bud Light, always worth it. By Auto Tire, the tire pros. For the lowest bottom line price, you want to go to Auto Tire. By Steak and Shake, famous for steak burgers. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by Southwest Airlines, with more flights to more places than ever before. Southwest is taking low fares farther. Visit southwest.com. Another big crowd on hand here at Busch Stadium. Just over 80 degrees. It is perfect for baseball tonight. And let's take a look at the Kansas City Royals lineup, a lineup that has been hot as of late. DeJesus will lead it off, followed by the speedster Gathright in left. Martin, the right fielder, 5 games at Busch and a couple of home runs. Then John Buck, Gordon, Sheely, Cortez, Pena, and Mesh. Our Rico starter is Todd Wellemeyer for St. Louis, and his record stands at 2-0.
2-0. He's making his 5th major league start. He started the season with these Royals and really had an ERA over 10 with them with an 0-1 record.
David DeJesus is hitting .269 with 4 home runs and 24 RBIs.
So they know this pitcher very well as their former teammates, but they have never faced him.
Got to figure that from their perspective and seeing Wellemeyer, they know he's got a great arm, but probably shocked to see him in a starting rotation with somebody.
Starting rotation and see him with a winning record. But Buddy Bell, they released him. Cardinals picked him up on May 15th. He was working out of the bullpen. And left-handed batters, while he was at KC, hit Wellemeyer to a .444 clip with 3 home runs. A little bit better wearing the Cardinal uniform. Lefties are batting .361 against him with a couple home runs.
It's 82 degrees here in St. Louis, and a fastball on 1-2 is hit out to center field, and a base hit. A leadoff hit for DeJesus. Let's meet the Cardinals defense tonight as we go around the horn. It's always brought to you by Auto Tire. Duncan, Taguchi, and Spezio is in the outfield. Roland, Miles, Kennedy, and Pujols along the infield. Kelly Stinnett is behind the plate. And Todd Wellemeyer saw his numbers facing the Kansas City Royals now. And this is Joey Gathright, so Roland will take a few steps in from third base on the grass. Pujols holding it first, and let's see how aggressive Kansas City wants to be here in this first inning. Gathright is hitting .310, no home runs and 5 RBIs.
Well advertised in Wellemeyer's career is his struggles of throwing strikes, but off to a good start here. 5 pitches, 4 strikes.
And that was a problem, obviously, for Todd Wellemeyer in his last start. He only lasted 3 1/3 against Oakland. You see, with the bases empty, opponents hitting .429, but a lot better with runners on. That's good to see at .204.
He's demonstrated that he's going to go out there and compete.
A bunt, perfectly placed. Pujols goes to second, throws it away out to center field. DeJesus on his way to third base. And runners at the corners, nobody out. Maybe a bit too aggressive that time by Pujols.
Yeah, you know, it's a base hit. It's an E3, but you know, there's nobody going to be at first base. So Gathright, with his speed, the only play Albert had was to throw to try and get the force out at second base. It scored an error, his second error of the year. Bare hands, not a real bad throw, but he throws it into the runner, and so Miles, without having a collision, couldn't get to that ball. Gathright has tremendous speed, but you know, Wellemeyer couldn't get over there to beat him at first base.
Runners at first and third, nobody out. Todd is working on 3 days rest.
All right, threw 82 pitches in that 3 1/3 inning. So, and maybe, you know, a little bit like Thompson, maybe he won't have as much energy and he'll have better command.
Hit out of play and foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. In 4 starts, Wellemeyer has averaged just 4 1/3. And the Cardinals, despite that, have won all 4 of his starts.
Well, he's got a tremendous amount of run support. Brad Thompson was brilliant last night. 1 hit through his 8 innings of work, and very economical as he went out there and just threw strikes. Under 80 pitches for his 7 innings. 7 innings, excuse me.
Once hit low and inside. It's a ball and a strike on Martin. 5 homers this season, 37 RBIs, and a .283 average. Good numbers with runners in scoring position, .373. Gathright has got the most speed on their team. Let's see if he wants to do some running here. He stands at first. DeJesus over at third. Not running, and it's slap foul and out of play. And Todd Wellemeyer could use a strikeout, then get the double play and get out of the inning.
Yeah, struck out 22 in 24 innings wearing the Cardinal uniform, and only walked 12 during that time.
Another inside fastball gets it in, and it's 2-2. Home plate umpire tonight is a St. Louisan, Ron Culpa. Dale Scott over at first. Adam Dowdy at second. Dan Iasonia, who was behind the plate, very good last night, is over at third. Did a good job.
called strikes.
That's what we like to see.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Good
2-2 pitch. Hit down the left field line, slicing and out of play.
Change up a little bit. A little bit dangerous.
Take a look at the grip of the changeup.
It's like a circle changeup. Ideally, you want that a little bit thighs and below her rather than the belt.
It was a pitch that the Cardinals said they were pretty impressed with when they saw him work out at Tiger Stadium.
I know he has a major league arm.
Out to shallow center. Drops in for a hit. 1-0 Kansas City. 3 consecutive base hits to start the game against Wellemeyer. Martin drives in his 38th.
Had an interesting discussion with Tony La Russa about his decision yesterday to skip Kip Wells, pitch Thompson on short rest after a bullpen stint. It's a cutter or slider, but it's in the middle of the plate. Not hit well, but effectively. And he made a very good point. His logic being that he felt that both Thompson and Kip Wells were really roughed up by Kansas City last time out. He felt he had a better shot to winning with Thompson last night and Wellemeyer tonight than putting Kip Wells. The overriding factor is if he pitched Kip Wells in either one of those games, he would not have him available for the weekend against Philadelphia, a team that he's 5-0 with a 1.24 ERA against.
And at this point, you're trying to find any matchup, any edge he can get.
Right, and it allows him a little more time to work with Dave Duncan. And he was, you know, Kip Wells was going to be pitching out of the bullpen for the next couple weeks, but with the injury to Looper, he had to be put back into the rotation. He's almost toying with the idea that he thought that Thompson was so effective that he may pitch him again in relief before he makes his next start.
Wow. John Buck is homered in this series. 13 is a new career high. 25 RBIs, hitting .273. Talked about the speed of Joey Gathright, and it was a base hit to center field, and here he is from first base, and he winds up all the way at third.
It's good speed, and you can see when he's at second base, they still haven't touched the ball. And you've got an infielder, Kennedy, running out to the outfield with his back to the infield. So it was aggressive base running, also proper base running.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. Fouled back. One of the things with John Buck, who is at the plate for the Kansas City Royals, as Pujols is over to visit, he has a higher leg kick with his swings, and they're trying to get him to be more aggressive this year, and it has paid off with better power numbers. As I mentioned, new career high in home runs with 13. Drove one to center field in game 1 of this series.
And 11 home runs last year.
Popped up. Foul territory. Pujols is over there along with Kennedy. And it drops.
Ball
no catch, and it hit off of Pujols' face, or the side of his head, it looked like.
It's a better angle for Kennedy, but Albert kind of got there, got his glove on it, and Kennedy, whether he flicked it, deflected his glove or not, so he gets too close. And it just popped him right in the face, maybe even the eye. So Kennedy's calling for it. Albert is not. Ooh. Now, if you get popped in the nose a little bit, those eyes start watering, and kind of maybe off the side of the nose and around the eyeball.
Could have a shiner for his golf tournament tomorrow. Nice round of applause for Pujols. Says he's fine. He will stay in the game. If the Kansas City Royals can win tonight, we are catching them at the wrong time. 29-43. Be their 4th straight series win. They're playing pretty well.
And they're all of this variety. They win the first game, lose the second game, win the third game, the rubber game. And then they're headed off to Milwaukee. We'll take this series, and then they can go up there and do their thing.
Out to deep right center field. On the move, Spezio back at the track near the wall. Falls down but makes the catch. Gathright will score to make it 2-0. And a good effort out there from Scott Spezio and right. Playing with that sore back.
Kind of a odd approach. Then he starts stumbling. He usually makes the plays, but he's not the most graceful in doing so. And I think he thought he was a little closer to the wall, and when he made the catch and was reaching for it, it wasn't there. But Tien could not advance. You know, he was more than halfway and had to retreat back to the first base.
He goes halfway, and if Spezio doesn't catch that, he might score, depending if it hits the wall or not. Alex Gordon is hitting .216, 5 home runs, 17 RBIs. As an outfielder, you feel for the track to give you an indication that the wall is coming, and you also, if you're a Cardinal out there in right field, you get a little help from your bullpen.
Yeah, you go back there, and he has played more infield than outfield, and he turns around and thanks the guys there. You know, hey, thanks for letting me know where the wall was.
That's a broken bat base hit, and Tien is around second on his way to third. Not the kind of start that the Cardinals needed from Wellemeyer tonight here in the first. That's 4 hits. We've talked about going from first to third. We saw with Joey Gathright. This one an easier decision though for Mark Tien.
The question was to make sure get out of the way. The bat is he was accelerating and it was behind him, but hesitation was just to make sure it cleared Kennedy's head and got to the outfield for the safety.
First baseman Ryan Shealy, 6th man to come to the plate in this first inning for Kansas City. 2-0 Royals. Gordon has got some speed, so Wellemeyer's got to keep an eye on him. You would figure they would be aggressive against the combination of Stinnett or Gary Bennett. A little different when Molina's behind the plate.
Well, he's going to stop all running.
Yadier played a light game of catch on Tuesday and said his fractured left wrist had no discomfort. Mesh is just trying to stay loose. Don't throw in the towel just yet. It's only the first inning. 2 balls and no strikes. Two-0 pitch to Shealy. 2-1. Three consecutive base hits for the Royals to start the game. Sac fly by Buck to score a run. Single by Gordon on a broken bat. And now Ryan Shealy with runners at first and third and only 1 out. Cardinals desperately need a double play, and that was something that Thompson, with all those ground balls, could get out of jams last night. He got ground ball after ground ball.
best pitches that Wellemeyer has made. Tough luck as he's broken backs, but muscled over the infield for base hits.
Pitch count at 25 already in this first inning.
Hasn't had a ground ball yet.
But he does get his first strikeout. Needed that, 2 outs.
Now you can get that ground ball and turn 2. I mean, can't turn 2 after a sacrifice fly. As you say, everybody trying to get in the swing of things.
Fernando Cortez, 1 for 4 last night with a double.
Saw this club on Sunday with a rough outing. First inning by Reyes. Surrendered 5 runs, but came back to win that ball game. And if he can escape here with just 2 runs scored.
Just foul. You just hope he can settle in after this inning. Big, strong guy and pitching on 3 days rest after 80+ pitches in his last start on Saturday in Oakland. Game that was dominated by the Cardinals. Their offense scored 15 runs in that game.
Remember how Dave Duncan has always tried to get Wellemeyer not to throw at max speed. So with the 3 days rest, it might be a good recipe for him.
Jammed him. Roland charges off his glove. A run will score, and it's 3-0 Kansas City. Roland has committed his first error of the season in this series, and that's number 2.
Tough play. The hop comes up, but he was ready for the short hop. Maybe a lot of English when you hit that topper right there, but a very playable ball, and I'm sure Scott will tell you he makes that play more times than not.
The way things have gone for Wellemeyer, he needs to have that play be made. 8th man in the lineup, Tony Pena Jr. here in the first. 1 for 8 in the series. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. 3-0 Kansas City. First pitch is a strike.
Couple errors behind Todd, but another long inning.
0-1 pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. The thing about Thompson last night, Al, he just got the ball, got his sign, and went. And we've talked about it time and again, but it keeps your defense ready, aggressive, and active. And that's a difference.
A lot of pitches, first or second pitch in the bat, Thompson was able to induce a ground ball. Wellemeyer more efficient, but there's no ground balls other than the one that was just booted. Everything else has been more hit to the outfield or hit in the air.
Here's a 1-2 pitch to Pena. Got him to reach. Slowly hit. Kennedy just in time. Royals will strand 2, but they pick up 3 in the first. Cardinals coming up in the bottom of the first. Kansas City with 4 hits and 3 runs in that first inning, an inning that the Cardinals commit a couple of errors, one by Pujols and the other one by Scott Rowland. Southwest Airlines starting lineup. Sho Taguchi will lead off, followed by Aaron Miles and Albert Pujols here in the first. Spezio is the cleanup man playing right field, and Scott Rowland, Duncan, Kennedy, Stinnett, and the pitcher Todd Wellemeyer. Gil Mesh this season, brought to you by Advanced Auto Parts, is 4-6, but look at the ERA pitching in the American League. It's an even 3, and that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, he's pitched very well in the last 7 starts. He's been getting very little run support, just 2.6 runs per inning. And on the road, he's one of the best pitchers in baseball. He's 1-2, but a sparkling ERA of 1.66.
Gil Mesh was with Seattle, came up in 1999. Last year he went 11-8, and a lot of eyebrows were raised when Kansas City signed him to a $55 million contract.
They're very pleased with the way he is pitching. Say he throws a lot of four-seam fastballs. That's the fastball that rides. Pretty much is dominant on the first base side of the plate. See, a lot of pitches are away. He's got a very good cutter. Got the curveball and changeup that he'll throw to the left-handed batters.
2-1 is pounded towards third and dropped by Gordon. A fair ball. And Taguchi reaches. Remember in game one the play that Alex Gordon made to take a hit away from Taguchi, and you got to wonder if Pujols is going to be all right as they continue to work on his left eye.
This base hit, by the way, extends the hitting streak for Taguchi.
Auto Tire defense, Gathright in left, De Jesus in center. Tian is in right with his good throwing arm. Just saw Gordon over third. Pena's at short. Cortez and Shealy on the right side of the infield, and John Buck is behind the plate.
Well, Gordon got off to a tough start defensively, and you see it took an exceptional effort. It was Taguchi's speed, ball over the bag, reached up and dropped it.
Popped up, shallow left. Pena drops. Pena was trying to call off Gathright. He never saw him, and it drops in.
Tough start. Another questionable base hit. You see him trying to call for him, and then Pena tried to get out of the way, but it was so late. Tries to get out, and he actually trips his left fielder. So 2 base hits and 2 weird balls, and the $55 million man's got a lot in his bank account, but he doesn't have much luck.
Well, Gathright, if he can get to it coming in, that's his ball.
Yeah,
and he was trying to call him off. You could see it in the replay.
But you could see that, but did he start doing it so late to where by the time he hurt him, he couldn't get out of the way of it? We're going to find out if Albert's eyes are okay.
One for 5 in this series with an RBI. Terrific numbers against Kansas City in his career. Runners at first and second, nobody out here in the bottom of the first. It's career high 32 starts for Gil Mesh a year ago. See what Albert's done in 32 games, 10 home runs, 37 driven in against Kansas City. One pitch. Just joining us, Pujols was going for a foul ball, the pop-up, and eventually the foul ball was in his glove, out of his glove, and off his eye. Near collision with Adam Kennedy. The Cardinals have been dealing with his left eye between innings.
Looked like he's blinking it to excess.
A 2-1 pitch. 2-2. Don't have your eyesight at this level. It's darn near impossible to hit.
It doesn't look like it has it fully open either, does it?
Count of 2 balls, 2 strikes on Albert Pujols. Runners at first and second. 3-0 Kansas City here in the bottom of the first. And a curveball is chopped towards third. Gordon goes to second for 1. An out call at second base.
What is going on?
And it's runners at first and third with 1 out.
Hot potato, isn't it?
Sure is. On both sides.
Yeah. That's the ball play, Gordon. He backs up on it. Then he fires a strike to his second baseman. Clearly catches it, and in the effort to take the ball out of the glove, he drops it, so it is a force out at second.
Start taking a closer look at the year that Gilmesh had playing on a bad team in Seattle. He pitched very well. Lefties only hit .240 against him, righties .271, but with runners in scoring position, the opposition only hit .238 against him a season ago.
He's got a very good arm. He'll throw. His fastball is more the four-seam variety, so it'll be up in the zone. It'll be more of a fly ball pitcher than a ground ball pitcher.
Milwaukee has already won today. They beat San Francisco 7-5. So as we speak, the Cardinals are 8 games out.
Really slowing up his breaking ball. Mesh had a 5-game losing streak. He snapped that with his last outing against the Florida Marlins with a victory.
A $55 million contract, and he wears number 55.
It's not quite like Andy Messersmith, free agent signing with Atlanta when Ted Turner owned the Atlanta Braves, and also TBS was Channel 17.
Runner goes, that's Pujols and a stolen base. Not even close, so he's in scoring position. Got a great jump.
It's Albert's first steal in 4 attempts, but Messersmith was number 17, and instead of having his name above the 17, Ted Turner just had him put Channel 17.
Channel 17. Now that's advertising there.
And it didn't stay long with the commissioner's office. Or
good breaking ball. Spezio knew it. Spins away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mesh has got a very good curveball.
Got a good slider too. A cutter. Scott's got a 7-game hitting streak going.
Here's a 2-2 pitch. Out to right field. Tien over near the corner. Backs up on the track, makes the catch. Runners will tag up. The Cardinals get on the board. RBI for Spezio, number 25. And it's 3-1. As you mentioned, it's a hot potato out there, Al, with this baseball. It started with Pujols and a throw to second. They wound up in center. There's a deflection that we talked about off the eye of Pujols. The catch by Spezio in right field. The error that led to a run. The misplay here in this bottom of the first by Kansas City. What a start.
And we could have put the first batted ball off the bat of Taguchi on there that the third baseman dropped. So
also the double play that was botched at second base.
Yeah.
Here's Scott Rowland, who homered the other night, 4th time this season. Scotty hitting .265 with 28 RBIs. Runner at third base is Albert Pujols. Rowland out to right. Hard hit, but Tien there. Cardinals get on the board. Spezio the RBI. It's 3-1 after 1. Well, coming up later tonight after the postgame show, the FSN final score with all the highlights around the major leagues. FSN final score following the postgame show. Gilmesh, David DeJesus, and Joey Gathright for Kansas City here in the top of the second. They lead it 3-1. The general is in the house. Bobby Knight, head coach of Texas Tech.
and there's a true general in the house. General Buster Hagenbeck, who is now the commandant of West Point and a huge Cardinal fan.
You have a chance to visit with Bobby Knight?
I did. I saw him when he walked up to. I was talking with Tony when he walked up there and kind of had a smile on his face, like, "Yeah, you got problems."
Pitching staff has been in shambles. The starting staff for the Cardinals trying to piece it together. A swing and a miss and a ball, and the second strikeout for Todd Wellemeyer tonight. Mesh is out number 1. DeJesus singled up the middle as we take a look at the Sonic pitch count at 38, first time through the lineup. Doesn't seem possible that you'd have only 9 balls out of the 38, but that's the case. There's a 1-2 pitch that Wellemeyer made a mistake on, and DeJesus singled and scored back in the first. Had that shot of Chris Carpenter throwing a bullpen session tonight, and Mark Mulder back on the mound, and that is good news to see those two back on the mound and just trying to regain their form and get healthy.
Well, it's going to still be quite a while before Mulder pitching in St. Louis, and the same for Carpenter, but less time for Chris.
2 balls and 1 strike as Pujols still trying to deal with his left eye to the ball hit him in the first. Here's a 2-1 pitch. 2-2. Another sea of red here tonight at Busch Stadium. Packed house. Perfect temperature for baseball. Very pleasant, comfortable here at the ballpark.
I got hit in Montreal in the left eye in pregame, a little accident. A couple of my teammates were playing catch.
DeJesus out to shallow right. Coming on to make the play, Spezio.
Carelessly and hit me in the eye. Swelled up immediately. Pitched 5 days with my left eye taped open.
That's always a nice feeling, huh?
Yeah.
Looking for great seats to this weekend's games against the Phillies. The Prime Seat Club is your best source. Check out the Prime Seat Club at stlcardinals.com for great seats to all these games. Remember, the game on Saturday has been changed too. A time change for the game on Saturday.
12:10. So your tickets may, or your schedule says 2:55. It has been changed to 12:10 for this Saturday against the Phillies.
2 outs, nobody on for Gathright. Slices it, and the catch is made by Aaron Miles. So 1-2-3. Top of the second for Todd Wellemeyer. Coming up for the Cardinals, Duncan, Kennedy, and Stinnett. 3-4-0 for Kansas City. 1-2-2 for the St. Louis Cardinals. As we move to the bottom of the second, and Chris Duncan leads it off. Duncan, Kennedy, and Stinnett. Chris with a home run and 3 RBIs. The ball game last night. One ball, 1 strike.
Series, he's 2 for 4 with a home run.
There are some guys that you look forward to watch take some cuts, take some swings, and Duncan is one of those guys because the ball just explodes off his bat. He does have his share of strikeouts, but he's a guy that can provide this lineup with some power. Primarily is hitting the 2 spot this season, but has dropped down. 93 miles an hour on that pitch. 1-2. Hitting in the 6th spot in the lineup tonight.
He really had that spell where he got his timing and expanded his zone. Like when he swings like that, that's fine. That's that's a nasty breaking ball, and he's trying to swing at the pitch pretty much at the same level. But when he didn't expand his zone, it looked like a splitter, didn't it? And the curveball, but he's got a good breaking ball, and that he was right on it, except for but when he was trying to go fishing for pitches that were down and away. And that all coincided when he came back from the staph infection and bursitis in his knee and missed a week of really doing anything. Part of the time in the hospital, the rest of the time in hotel rooms trying to get off his leg.
Kennedy is 8 for 28 against Mesh. Alex Gordon cuts it off, and Adam is the second out here in the second inning. Off day tomorrow. We're back at it again on Friday night with the Phillies coming to town, and our coverage begins at 6 o'clock. With a look around the major leagues with the FSN Baseball Report, covering every team all season long. Highlights, interviews, and analysis you won't get anywhere else. FSN Baseball Report, Friday at 6 on FSN Midwest. Here's Kelly Stinnett hitting .231 with 1 home run and 4 RBIs.
Give Kelly some credit for guiding Thompson through his game yesterday. And since he's had a little experience facing Mesh before, he gets his second start in succession.
You wonder about the gun sometimes, but the first pitch at this at bat to Stinnett was 96 from Gil Mesh. Consistently, he's been around 93 tonight. That one at 94, hit down the right field line. Tien is over, slides, can't make the play, and it's a fair ball. And Stinnett winds up at second base with a 2-out double. So at least the Cardinals will get Wellemeyer through this lineup. Good effort out there by Mark Tien.
Stinnett now is 3 for 6 with a home run. That wall closes in on you very quickly, so these outfielders will slide trying to reach out but also stop their forward progress instead of running right into that wall, and it goes right off his glove in fair territory for the double.
So 2-out double. Todd Wellemeyer will come to the plate. Hitting .167.
1 for 6 in his career, or excuse me, 1 for 6 this year, 2 for 13 in his career.
A little tardy with that swing for strike 1.
Not entirely hopeless up there.
Liner that's foul. Coming up in the third inning, we're going to take a look at a special Father's Day in St. Louis. Involving one of the great home run hitters of all time. And a guy that this year is starting to turn it on again. One ball and 2 strikes on Todd Wellemeyer. And a swing and a miss. When we come back, a look back at history made at the old Busch Stadium. 3-1 Kansas City. to 1 Kansas City, and we flash back. Number 500 on June 20th of 2004. With senior in the house and his kids watching, history made. Ken Griffey Jr. with number 500 here in St. Louis.
That was special.
Sure was. And he said if he couldn't do it in Cincinnati, he wanted to do it right here in St. Louis. And he's having a heck of a year for the Cincinnati Reds. He's got 19 home runs. 19 for Junior this year. You wonder where he would be with his numbers if he didn't have so many injuries. You know, eventually you're going to get hurt at some point. You're going to have nagging injuries, but he has had some significant injuries that have curtailed his career and what he could do at the plate.
Well, that had to be a thrill for his dad in the stands, but they had an earlier memorable moment where the father and son played in the same game.
First pitch is popped up and behind home plate into the seats.
That's only happened to one other father and son combination in Major League history, and that was Rock Raines. He and his son played in the game together.
Where is Rock Raines now? Is he still coaching?
Can't think.
Here's the 0-1 pitch to Tien. Down the left field line, it's slicing and foul. These guys throw hard, both Mesh and Wellemeyer. You just make contact and the ball is jumping.
Yeah, a lot of pitches that are going to be up in the zone. Both of them are. And Tien, from 6 games we've seen, I'd play my left fielder about where Duncan is playing right now, closer to the left field line.
Swing and a miss, and a pitch in the dirt, and a strikeout. Strikeout number 3 tonight for Todd Wellemeyer. This has been an odd game so far. Bank of America, official bank of the St. Louis Cardinals. Visit us at bankofamerica.com.
The first 3 batters, all got base hits off of Wellemeyer, then a sac fly, and then a 4th base hit. So they scored 3 in the first, but Cardinals committed 2 errors. Wellemeyer has settled down and starting to deal a little bit. Let's see how far he can go.
One pitch to John Buck. A little bit outside. Saw the bullpen last night with Randy Flores in the 8th. Ryan Franklin in the 9th. And we're going to see a lot of the bullpen. You get the feeling tonight.
And they'll be ready for it, particularly with an off day tomorrow. But still, you'd like to get Wellemeyer through 5 or 6 innings and hopefully give the offense time to catch up, maybe even get a lead.
Kip Wells is in that bullpen again tonight. Thought he was going to start the ball game last night. Got to the ballpark, didn't realize that Brad Thompson was getting that start. Kip will throw on Sunday.
Well, he was not informed, so went to bed, spent all yesterday assuming, and looked at the lineup card and sticker shock.
Good pitch on the outside corner, gets him to reach. 2 outs. Friday night, National League action returns. Ryan Howard, Chase Utley, the Philadelphia Phillies head to town, and we'll come your way at 6:30 with the pregame show here on FSN Midwest. Phillies and Cardinals, game 1 of a 3-game series.
Danny Herron wins again.
Boy, how good has he been?
9-2, and
he's got a chance to start the All-Star game against his former manager, Tony La Russa. Good action on that pitch from Todd Wellemeyer and Alex Gordon. Broken bat single back in the first. Kansas City with 4 hits, all coming in the first inning. Cardinals on Friday night will have Anthony Reyes, who is 0-8 against Jamie Moyer. Moyer's 6-5. Wainwright will go on Saturday against Adam Eaton. And then Sunday, Kip Wells against Cole Hamels, who has been terrific this year at 9-3. Phillies got off to a terrible start. Charlie Manuel had a confrontation with a reporter following a game. And ever since then, the team has played much better, and they're right in the thick of things in the National League East.
Reporter criticized him. Thought he was a little too passive. Wanted to see him get mad, so Charlie accommodated as he took his revenge out on the reporter.
High fly ball out to right. Spezio there. Backs up to make the catch. Another 1-2-3 inning. 3-1 Kansas City. Cardinal baseball on FSN Midwest is brought to you by Kia Motors. Kia, the power to surprise. By Rico. Move your ideas with Rico dependability. And by Aflac. Ask about it at work. With Al Raboski, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Cardinal baseball tonight on FSN Midwest, and a strike to So Taguchi. So singled and scored back in the first inning. RBI by Scott Spezio.
13-game hitting streak for So now.
Filling in for the injured Jim Edmonds, dealing with a back problem, a leg problem, pinched nerve. So Taguchi has seen the majority of the playing time at center field. Cardinals are a banged up bunch. Eckstein out, Molina's out, Carpenter, Mulder, Edmonds. Significant injuries to this lineup and to this pitching staff.
But the belief is with Eckstein and Looper and Edmonds.
Taken by Cortez for the first out.
Is to give them the time to get healthy and get all that soreness out instead of trying to continue to play on it. Get it taken care of now and come back and be ready.
See the Sonic pitch count for Gilmesh, 35 pitches, 13 balls, 22 strikes. It was good to see our buddy Wayne Hagan. He was back at the ballpark tonight and doing a program for kids called Field of Opportunities in conjunction with the folks at Build-A-Bear. And nice for Wayne to stop by our broadcast booth and also had a chance to visit the guys in the truck too.
Sure. Had a good time with Wayne.
1-0 pitch to Miles is a single up the middle. He's 2 for 2. We talked on the pregame show about the guys that have not been everyday players, and so Taguchi and Miles, 1 and 2 in this lineup, have already got 3 hits here in the first 3 innings.
Season-long 6-game hitting streak was stopped last night as he was just 0 for 1 came into that game, but now in another multi-hit game. He batted .500 over the past 2 homestands coming into this action, 11 for 22. And now he's 3 for 7 on this homestand. There's Wayne. Some of the kids that he had up in the booth and gentleman from Build-A-Bear.
Good program that he does for those kids. A rocket up the middle off the bat of Pujols. Miles on his way to third. Throw by De Jesus is cut off. It's first and third as Pujols is back to the bag. And just 1 out. Talked about the Royals going from first to third on base hits to center, and the Cardinals return the favor here in the bottom of the third with Miles.
It really makes a difference, doesn't it?
Sure
Ball
does.
gets out there, and you got an outfielder that's going to have to go to his left. He is a left-handed thrower, so it's not like he has to throw across his body. But Eckstein read the ball well and went over to third. You see a team that just goes station to station, 90 foot at a time, and that double play is always in order. They kind of clog up the bases, but when you go to first to third, it looks good.
Cardinals are last in stolen bases in the National League, so good to see them be aggressive in those type of spots. First and third, 1 out, another RBI opportunity for Spezio.
Bring up a good point. When you have to have speed to steal bases and awareness, but you can go first to third without a great deal of speed if you get good reads and secondary leads.
Here's a 1-0 pitch. Change up, 1 ball, 1 strike. One of the guys that we saw here in St. Louis for a couple of seasons was Larry Walker, and you would watch some of the little things that he would do on the base pass. He was just a terrific base runner. So smart.
Yeah, it's not always the speed to steal bases, but the speed to take the extra base.
2 balls and a strike.
Remember Rube Walker when he was part of Joe Torre's coaching staff, went down to Atlanta, and how he marveled and thought that Dale Murphy was one of the best base runners in the game.
Dale Murphy was pretty outspoken about Barry Bonds the other day. And Barry having a chance to break the record, not in favor of it. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
How do you stop him?
Can't. See, the outfield is, there's Larry Walker's jersey.
Well, his hair has changed since last time we saw him. It's grown quickly.
33 that he wore. Outfield is real deep for Spezio, maybe too deep. Full count.
You got a fly ball pitcher. Cardinals already have one sacrifice tonight off the bat of Spezio.
Cardinals trail 3-1 here in the bottom of the third. Runners at first and third. A 3-2 pitch. Strikeout number 3 on the night. That's a big one. And it's up to Rolen with 2 outs.
Set up away. And just that running 4-seam fastball up and away. Scott Rolen drilled the ball the first time up, but a line drive to right field.
Check on Albert over at first. See where Scott Rolen is hitting .264 now. Average is steadily on the rise, which is good to see. Double wide wristbands. Grounder hit to short. Pena goes to the force play at second. The Cardinals will strand 2. After 3, it's 3-1 Kansas City. Three to 1 Kansas City. Top of the fourth, Roseanne. Ryan Sheely. A good pitch by Wellemeyer for strike 1. Todd had a rough first inning. 4 hits, 3 runs, but since then he's settled in. Last base hit he gave up was to Gordon back in the first. Had a man reach on an error. He has struck out 3 tonight. Florida beats the White Sox 5-4. Oakland over Cincinnati 5-3. Arizona over Tampa Bay 7-4. And Milwaukee beats San Francisco, as we mentioned before, 7-5. Down the right field line, it is slicing and foul. Saturday, July 7th is Creve Coeur Camera Photo Day at Busch Stadium. Bring your cameras and lots of film. Arrive early to go onto the field. You can snap up close pictures of all your favorite players and coaches. Fred Bird will be there, and the gates will open at 4:15 for Camera Day. That again is on July 7th. 1-2 hit left side. Scott Rolen cuts it off. And all of a sudden, Wellemeyer is starting to settle in.
Royals are probably shocked. First inning, they probably thought that same old Wellemeyer, but now they're starting to see him settle in and going up there. Now he is getting ground balls and hit him right after his fielders.
What are you seeing as a difference from that first inning to what we're seeing now?
Everything was elevated. Remember, everything was hit was a fly ball, and now he's, you know, more of their off balance swings. Think about the Sheely first pitch to Sheely. He threw a slider out there and had him fooled.
Cortez reached on the second error by Scott Rolen in this series, but was left stranded. Pounded towards Pujols. Fair ball. He bobbles it, throws to first, and throws wildly, and then Wellemeyer gets decked. Second error on Albert Pujols tonight.
Wellemeyer's a big, strong kid, big shouldered, and so I mean, it's Albert right there in the heel of the glove. Then he looks there. Now he throws it, and just a collision right down there, and he just, as the base runner, just stumbles all over Wellemeyer. So he gets his ground ball. He breaks, gets right over to first base. Albert boots it. Now he tries to act like a first baseman, but with a bad throw. You know, it's lucky nobody is hurt on the play. They get tangled up. Wellemeyer got the worst of it, but as I said, big, strong, he's okay. Albert made 2 errors in the first 72 ball games and 2 errors here tonight.
One out and a runner at first. So 2 errors on Albert Pujols tonight. An error on Scott Rowland. 2 Gold Glovers.
Cortez has been on base twice via the error, one from each of the Gold Glovers.
Wellemeyer's lucky he didn't get hurt. It's like a wide receiver going over the middle. He just kind of hung him out to dry. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Pena. No balls and 2 strikes.
Since it wasn't a high throw and you get clotheslined,
or get your ribs exposed.
Legs taken out from underneath you. With a low throw, he was near the ground. Pena's already hit into 8 double plays. How about number 9?
Could be right here. Pujols will spin and throw. That's 1. That's it.
Throw low there, but Miles does a good job of getting the ball and eluding the runner.
Gilmesh struck out his first time up. 3 on the night for Todd Wellemeyer. First pitch to Mesh. Back to Wellemeyer. Flips to Pujols. And coming up, Duncan, Kennedy, and Stinnett. 3-1 Kansas City. The state baseball history, 5'5", Fred Pautek. It's 3 homers to help the Angels defeat the Red Sox 20-2 back in 1980. Interleague play tonight from Busch Stadium. Final interleague game of 2007. Duncan struck out on a curveball his first time up.
Start him off with a breaking ball. That was up in the zone.
Situation like that, so many breaking balls. If you get the fastball, you better be ready. Another curveball. That's 3 in a row. That's strike 2.
A lot of times the hitter will say, okay, if you can throw 3 good ones in the strike zone, you've got me. But I'm sitting there gearing for the fastball.
One time a changeup, 2-2. So he is yet to see a fastball.
Shook off the fastball, shook off the curveball. Lucky to go the changeup.
2-2 pitch. Another changeup strikes him out.
Watching Gilmesh, you can see why they. I'm not going to say necessarily overpaid him. There's a circle change, but why they had to go as high as 5 years, $55 million. And you know, when you're a franchise that has only had one 500 season in about the last 15, you've got to, you know, maybe overpay some guys to come there. And you can see he knows how to pitch, and probably would be very, very helpful to all their young team.
You know, that last at bat is the game within the game when you talk about Duncan and what he's going through at the plate, because he's figuring, all right, I'm going to see curveballs, I'm seeing off-speed pitches. If I get that fastball, I have to be ready. And for Mesh, it's just a combination of the changeup and the curveball and being able to locate.
Right. And can you throw them before you have to go, or forced to throw them for strikes, to where you're forced, you know, to, if you're behind the count, you're forced to throw that fastball, and he's sitting on it.
Adam Kennedy is a .276 career hitter and struggling at .210. 2 outs. World Championship fan jewelry collection is now available at the Cardinals team store at 8th and Clark, or by calling 1-877-CHAMP-06 or STLCardinals.com.
You know, Dan, it's one of those catch-22s. Tony's trying to keep the confidence and build up Kennedy because of the career numbers. He's had some success. As you see Bobby Knight talking to Arliss.
Robert Wall.
And Kennedy's had a little success against Mesh, but as I talked with Al McRae, he said, yeah, he's had success, but that doesn't mean he'll have some tonight because he's messed up in his mechanics as a hitter.
Even Kennedy has acknowledged that. He said, I'm just not one of our best options at this point.
Yeah, his body is just moving too much, and you know, and he's not stationary, doesn't have a foundation when the pitch is being made or when he's, you know, at the point of swinging.
One ball and 2 strikes. Kelly Stinnett. Todd Wellemeyer on deck. 3-1 Kansas City here in the bottom of the 4th. Spoils the pitch.
Mentioned Kelly's had success. He's 3 for 6 with a home run off of Mesh.
Chopper foul. With the way that Miles has played too, I mean, that's taken away from Adam Kennedy too.
And Tony made a very good point. You know, you a veteran player, you give him the benefit of the doubt what his past history is for the first couple months, but after that, it's what are you doing for me lately and who's playing the best.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. Got him. Called third strike on the outside corner. That's 5 on the night, 2 in the inning for Gil Mesh. And we have played 4 here in downtown St. Louis at Busch Stadium. Nasty breaking ball here. And it's 3-1 Kansas City. Back in St. Louis, the 5th inning, and the Aflac trivia question tonight of the starters who had the lowest ERA on the 1985 Royals. Team that won the World Series over St. Louis. Might think Brett Saberhagen, but apparently it could be a former Cardinal. Danny Jackson was another choice, an option, but Charlie Leibrandt, who was at your tournament, Al, 2.69 ERA.
And question was best ERA
in 85.
In 85, yeah.
Saberhagen was 2.87.
Charlie was just one of those soft tossing left-handers that knew how to pitch, keep hitters off balance.
Had some good years in Atlanta too. Just a beautiful night here in downtown St. Louis, just gorgeous. 5th inning upon us. 3-1 Kansas City.
Who would have thought that Wellemeyer would be pitching here in the 5th inning.
Pitching effectively
and
too.
Under 70 pitches with the way this game started out. Threw 82 pitches through 3 innings in his last start in Oakland.
Here's a 1-1 pitch. Lifted to left. Backing up and dropping it is Duncan. It has been that kind of night. What is going on here?
I don't know, but what could go wrong has gone wrong. Neither one of these clubs have been very effective in the field.
Cardinals have committed 3 errors tonight. Catchable ball there. Duncan doesn't come up with it as he kept drifting to it.
I got a little bit of a late break on it too. They call it E7. That is Chris's 2nd error of the season.
Runner at 2nd, and a ball taken by Joey Gathright. Kansas City with a 3-1 lead here in the 5th. Gathright gets the bunt down. This will be a tough play here. Roland throws, not in time. So base hit.
It's 2 infield hits for Gathright tonight. Got tremendous speed, lays that bunt down, off to the races, and just nips the wire at first base. And Wellemeyer is going to have to pitch out of some deep trouble.
First and third, nobody out. 3-1 Kansas City. Wellemeyer's had to pitch around errors all night long.
4 errors by the Cardinals tonight.
Before Monday, the Cardinals had not committed 3 errors in a game since September of 2006. And trouble here with the heart of this lineup for Kansas City.
Gathright with great speed.
It's 2 bunt singles that he has had in this game. First and third. The next pitch is a foul ball.
Cardinals are playing at double play depth, trying to don't concede the runner at third base, try and get 2 outs, but
Todd needs that double play or a strikeout here.
Can't strike somebody out until you get 2 strikes on.
Here's a 1-1. Upstairs, 2 balls and a strike. Stinnett trying to calm him down.
Sometimes it looks like instead of reaching out and trying to really throw through the catcher, he kind of spins off and kind of short arms it and kind of spins towards first base instead of really stretching out.
It's the first base hit that Wellemeyer has allowed since the first. Up the middle, double play ball, steps on the bag. Run will score, but a double play.
Now when you got that runner at third base and nobody out, you really, so many times you get in trouble trying to protect that guy. Just go get your double play.
Pitch by pitch brought to you by Chevrolet.
Pitch down and away, a little tailing action, and an off-speed pitch. Tries to overthrow that one, and then he makes another good pitch. He had him reaching for it. And Miles completes the double play, but they get the 4th run.
There's John Buck, the cleanup man. Changeup and a swing and a miss. Buck does not get cheated with his swings. Sac fly in the first and an RBI, his 26th. He also grounded out.
Big guy, and try and teach him some of the finesse back behind the plate. Change up, you see, with that big swing, he's vulnerable to the off-speed pitch. They got a nice combination with Jason LaRue, the veteran, kind of helping the maturation process of Buck. Also Fred Kindle, who was a catcher and their bullpen coach.
Buck was in the Houston organization and came over in the Carlos Beltran deal. Fred Kendall, the dad of Jason Kendall, we saw over the weekend in Oakland.
Back here. There's Fred. Good baseball man. It looks like he's doing a little teaching right now.
Two-two pitch. High in the air out to left. Duncan back and makes the catch. So the error by Duncan comes back to get Wellemeyer's. They score a run to make it 4-1.
What's on Tap is brought to you by Bud Light. Well, an off day tomorrow, then the Phillies will be in town. It'll be Anthony Reyes opposed by Jamie Moyer. And I wonder how many wins Jamie Moyer has had in his career since he pitched for the Cardinals. I wonder how many people remember Jamie Moyer pitching with the Cardinals. But Kansas City picked up a additional run. They got 3 runs in the first. They got 1 last inning. Cardinals have committed 4 errors on the night. And another uphill battle. And here you see Brendan Ryan is pinch hitting for Brendan Ryan. Excuse me, Wellemeyer.
You know, guys like Ludwick and Ryan have given this lineup, you know, a little shot of energy. They come in bright-eyed to the major leagues.
Youth will do that.
Yeah, and it's a veteran team, and obviously they're trying to make an impression to stick around.
So there's Ludwick there. Wellemeyer, 4 runs, but only 2 of them are earned on 5 hits through 5 innings. Good sign he didn't walk a man. And 3 strikeouts.
Ryan shoots it foul. Began our telecast talking about the run support for Gil Mesh. Well, he's got it tonight with 4 runs. And on the other side for Wellemeyer, just 1 run of support.
Yeah, Wellemeyer had 10.9 runs of support in his starts, but not tonight as of yet.
Breaking ball and a nasty one, and Ryan strikes out. 6 on the night for Gil Mesh. Talked about the breaking ball, one of the better ones in the American League, Gil Mesh. And this is our Hardy's hot pitch of the game.
It's a knuckle curveball. And looked like it's going to stay high, and then all of a sudden the bottom falls.
Back to the top of the lineup for the Cardinals here in the bottom of the 5th. So Taguchi. Cavazos is getting loose in the pen. Fastball and a strike. So is grounded out to second. Singled and scored in the first. Taking a look at Gil Mesh. He gets the ball. Doesn't waste much time, and here we go.
Seem very confident on the mound, so get your sign and come up firing.
Slowly hit to the second baseman. Nice play. 2 outs. There's another guy that works fast. We like to see that. I know the guys behind him do too.
Yeah, and you bring up a good point too with the Cardinals. If Carpenter won 50% of his starts, which we know he wins at a higher percentage than that, Cardinals will be over 500.
Right. And in this division, around 500, around the All-Star break, you got a chance.
Pick up 6-7 games just with his win total, and you're right there with Milwaukee.
Yeah, his loss has been significant and kind of overlooked a little bit. You know, with the struggles of the offense early on, now the pitching staff, you just forget what he means every 5th day. Here's a 1-1 pitch.
And don't be surprised that Carpenter will not make a rehab assignment. He'll probably pitch 2 or 3 simulated games and then start a game right here at the big league level.
A little low. It's 3-1. Mesh has struck out 6. Has yet to allow a walk. There's a base hit from Miles into right.
3 for 3. Aaron Miles continue that good baseball hitting at 3 for 3. Good to see all 3 of these come off to, when he's batting left-handed, where he was 250 hitter. He's 340 as a right-handed hitter.
Ken Roberts, working that camera right there, is anxiously awaiting an opposite field home run from Albert Pujols.
Good thing is he's on the other side of the fence. There he is.
Right by the Cardinal bullpen. A 1-0 pitch. Albert Pujols, back in the first inning, took a ball off his face near his left eye. Training staff went and checked on him. He seemed to be all right. Pujols is 1 for 2 tonight. Albert is sitting on 16 home runs.
Shooting .328 in June with 7 home runs, 18 RBIs.
A 2-1 pitch. Breaking ball outside. This series, Albert has been quiet, but last week he was outstanding at Kauffman Stadium.
Well, they have wised up.
Don't pitch to him.
Right.
The 3-1. Ball 4. And now the tying run comes to the plate, and Scott Spiezio. First walk issued by Mesh. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. Inning started with a ground out by So Taguchi, a base hit to right by Miles. A walk to Pujols, and now Spiezio. He has an RBI. At 25 on the season. He also struck out in the third. And time is called. Outfield is deep. Blame to pull just a bit in center. It's the pitch right there that Spiezio chased and struck out on previous at bat. Buddy Bell has been with some clubs that didn't have a lot of talent, trying to turn things around here in Kansas City. 2 balls and no strikes. Gus Bell, his father, then Buddy Bell, and of course his son David.
Mike Bell. Son Mike managed his first professional game, and our director's son, Tommy's son, Mike, is playing for Mike Bell.
Two balls, 1 strike on Spiezio. Three and 1, and Mesh has been falling behind. It's 3 and 1 on Miles, then he walked Pujols, and now 3 and 1 on Spiezio.
First met Buddy Bell when he was about 12 years old. Playing with Warren Spahn, and Gus Bell was around.
Spiezio pulls it foul. Spezio gets that fastball. Boy, he is ready for it. Mesh knows that, so what does he want to go with on 3-2?
Well, the way he's throwing that curveball or the changeup. A lot of times, if you can throw a 3-2 pitch close enough, you'll get a hitter trying to protect the plate. He'll go after a pitch many times, and Mesh has a good enough fastball. If you're looking for you're looking for that off-speed pitch, you can throw the fastball by it. So it's a guessing game.
The 3-2, runners go, and that's ball 4. Bases loaded. Saturday, June 23rd, this weekend, the Phillies are here, and the first 25,000 fans receive a special collectible baseball highlighting the 2006 World Series champs. It's brought to you by Coca-Cola and Deerbirds. Bob McClure out to visit. And the bases are loaded for Scott Rowland. All of a sudden, you can get right back in this game.
Right. Slow Mesh down here a little bit after back-to-back walks. Got a little upset with himself in the situation, so you're reining back in. See, Scott Rowland isn't ready for a first pitch strike, but
Rowland lined out hard first time to right and grounded out the second time.
Mesh has the ability to throw any of his pitches for strikes. That makes a big difference.
2 outs, bases loaded.
Cardinals haven't seen a grand slam since the pinch hit grand slam by Duncan in Oakland.
Time called.
Scott hit his 4th home run, first one since early April at Busch in last night's game.
Here's a 1-0 pitch on the outside corner. Tough pitch right there.
Yeah, and pitcher's pitch.
Rowland hitting .273 with runners in scoring position this year.
Which is higher than his season average. Buck out to talk to Mesh, maybe remind him that was a little too good of a pitch.
Miles, Pujols, Spezio. 1-2 the count on Rowland. Two and two.
Scott with the bases loaded this year, batting .429 with 8 RBIs.
Two pitch. Now it gets interesting. A count of 3 balls and 2 strikes, and Scott Rowland with the bases loaded and 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Runners off with the pitch.
Off with the pitch. Crowd comes alive.
There they go. The 3-2 hit up the middle. Base hit. One run in. Here comes another. And Rolen delivers with 2 outs and cuts the lead to 4-3.
It's a little ground ball that snuck through the infield. Once it got by Gil Mesh in the mound, he knew it was headed for Central. So 2 more RBIs, 30 on the season. Little slider right out there, back over the mound and through. And with the runners getting the head start on the 3-2 pitch and 2 outs, guaranteed 2 runners would score.
The runners at first and third now for Duncan. 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts.
You know how dangerous he can be if he gets a wounded pitch. Activity in the Royals bullpen.
First pitch to Duncan, breaking ball outside. We saw all breaking balls or changeups in his last at bat.
Renke warming up in the bullpen for the Royals. There's a changeup, breaking ball, then changeup. Two-run home run last night, his 13th and his 3rd home run in the past 5 games, but he'll take just a little single.
Duncan is up there just trying to figure it out. What's coming next?
Still a young hitter that is being worked over by a veteran pitcher that's got very good stuff. That fastball right there was a purpose pitch and meant probably to be up in that zone to try and get him to chase, but he's going to try never to throw him a fastball in the strike zone.
The 2-2 pitch. Curveball. Base hit. Game tied. Duncan delivers and it's 4-4.
Third RBI for Chris Duncan, and it looks like that is it. Mesh is knocked out here in the 5th inning. Little breaking ball, this one a little hanger, and the more you see, the more you're going to be prepared for one that is not where the pitcher wanted it. So nice going, Chris Duncan.
It's it for Mesh after he was sailing along. Greinke coming in a 4-4 game. Cardinal Baseball on FSM Midwest is brought to you by Jack in the Box. Try the new sirloin burger. 100% sirloin, your choice of cheese and onions only at Jack in the Box. By your local St. Louis Chrysler Jeep dealers. And by U.S. Cellular, we connect with you. Cardinals have knocked out Gil Mesh, tonight's starter for Kansas City. They've tied the game up on 8 hits. It's 4-4. And Zach Greinke is into the ball game. Former starter for the Kansas City Royals, now working out of their bullpen. Our call to the bullpen is brought to you by Chevrolet. Good job by Duncan to adjust on the breaking ball. Picks up a 2-out RBI base hit. All this has been done with 2 outs as Mesh struck out Ryan to begin the inning, then got Taguchi to ground out. It was Miles a base hit, back-to-back walks, then back-to-back singles.
See if Kennedy can't come through with a big clutch hit. Talked about how his really moving and all parts of his body are moving as pitch being made and not really has a foundation.
He's talked about how it's been mechanical, but also it's obviously a lack of confidence right now as he looks up and sees his average at 209.
Sometimes you just can't look up and see what your average is. You just have to trust your instincts. Know that it'll get better.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. Ricky's a guy that can throw hard. That one at 96 last week in Kansas City. He was at 98.
Started the season in the rotation. Now, last year, just only 3 games he pitched as he started the season on the disabled list for personal reasons.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. Spoiled by Adam. Tomo-Oka, 5 innings tonight, 8 hits, 4 earned runs. At his first start at AAA Memphis, we're at Round Rock. 51 strikes and 77 pitches for Tomo-Oka. One-two pitch. Kennedy, swing and a miss, strikes out. And he is 0 for 3 tonight. Cardinals, though, tie it up. It's 4-4. A 4-4 game as Duncan tied it up with a 2-out base hit into right. 4-8-4 for St. Louis, 4-5-0 for the Kansas City Royals. Coming up after the game, it's Cardinals Live presented by Budweiser, our post-game show. You're going to hear from Tony La Russa live. You'll also hear from the ball players. Well, let's hope we're talking about a win tonight. Cardinals taking 2 of 3. So Ryan stays in the game, takes over at short, and shifting from short to second is Miles. Kennedy goes 0 for 3 tonight. His return to the starting lineup. And a new pitcher in for St. Louis, Andy Cavazos. 4 games in ERA over 5. And our call to the bullpen is brought to you by Chevrolet.
I've seen Cavazos pitch very effectively, particularly in Kansas City. Or in 2 2/3 innings, he struck out 5, only allowed 1 hit. That was the only base runner. And he'd like to duplicate that and get a win tonight.
First pitch is taken for a ball by Alex Gordon as we start the 6th. Gordon, Shealy, and Cortez. Saw the velocity on the road trip a little bit better for Andy Cavazos, in particular in the appearance against the Kansas City Royals.
I don't know how accurate the guns are.
And a liner and a base hit to start the 6th. As you have said time and again, you judge by the kind of swings guys are getting.
Yeah, that hitter will tell you how good your stuff is. And now looks like Russ Springer is throwing. Cardinals.
There's Ryan Shealy. He's 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a groundout.
The veteran Russ. .93 from that pitch.
And waiting near the dugout, Tony Pena Jr.
A little quieter personality than his dad.
He's young. We don't know yet.
Yeah, we don't know.
He might grow into it.
And he may. He's doing the right thing now, just kind of being a sponge, soaking up the major league atmosphere. And then once you establish yourself, you can kind of let that personality come out.
Pulled foul, 1-2 the count. Cavazos is 6'3", 225. 26 years of age. Originally drafted in the 5th round of the 1999 draft by Texas. Rule 5 pickup back in 02.
Not only do they have a major league, but they have each minor league level, they have a re-entry or a Rule 5 draft.
And that was done with Cavazos in 02 at the AAA level. One ball, 2 strikes.
Just looking at Julian Tavares through 7 shutout innings at Turner Field in Atlanta. The Braves taking a pounding. They're batting in the 8th, losing 11-0. And J.D. Drew left the game with tightness in his quad.
That happened to J.D., huh?
Yeah, he had some problems again this year with a hamstring, a quad.
Two pitch. Outside. Boston on the hook for what, $70 million with J.D. Drew.
Yep. Surprise signing after you opt out of his lucrative contract with the Dodgers and got a better one.
Runner goes, and that's ball 4. So after the Cardinals tie it up 4-4, Cavazos comes in, allows a single and now a walk, and that may be it for him.
They're going to stall and give Springer another pitch or two, but I'm sure Tony will be pouncing up those steps, and now he comes. We haven't heard anything about Percival for a while, have we?
No, we haven't. Here comes Russ Springer. Relief of Cavazos. 4-4 in the top of the 6th. '34th appearance of the season for Russ Springer. Opponents only hitting .196 against him. And Russ has actually picked up 2 of the team's past 3 wins. Scoreless 6th inning on Sunday at Oakland for the win. And the official score credited him with the win on Saturday after a scoreless 7th with a couple of strikeouts. So Russ in relief of Cavazos, who comes into the ball game, allows a single and a walk. And there's runners at first and second. And nobody out in a 4-4 game here in the top of the 6th.
Russ has become very valuable with nearly a strikeout per appearance. And he's fanned at least one batter in each of his last 11 games. That's 15 strikeouts in 10 2/3 innings. See what they want to do. Cortez. Cardinals are looking for the bunt.
Bunted in the air, but foul.
In at the corners, Brendan Ryan, the shortstop, is shadowing the runner, the lead runner at second base.
After Wainwright and Thompson recorded back-to-back outings of 7 or more innings Monday and Tuesday, Wellemeyer lasted only 5 innings tonight. And the Cardinals have not received back-to-back starts of 7 or more innings since 2006. Middle of July in 2006.
Now they've only had back-to-back 7-inning outings 3 times this year. So
those starts were made by Marquis, Carpenter, and Suppan last year.
no complete games for the team. Fewest innings out of their starters in the major leagues. Puts a lot of additional pressure on the bullpen, but bullpen is 12-3. So they've been racking up the wins, and they got a chance to get another one here tonight.
Here's the 0-2 pitch, and finally the bunt is down. Pujols turns and Miles is there. Runners at second and third. The sacrifice good with 1 out. Tony Pena Jr.
Cortez eventually got the bunt down. Think about the possibility of a squeeze play. Pena has 19 RBIs. He also has struck out 44 times and walked just 6.
Breaking ball and a strike. Didn't see it today. Catcher Michael Barrett of the Cubs was traded to San Diego. And Barrett has killed the Cardinals while wearing that Chicago Cub uniform. In the pen, Randy Flores.
I talked with Tony La Russa about that. He was very pleased that Barrett is gone, and it really looked like that trade was just made to get Barrett off the Cubs.
Sammy Sosa trying to go for 600. That's a base hit to left. And the Royals back on top 5-4. Tony Pena Jr. with his 20th RBI.
Got the infield playing in, and so it opens up a lot more hitting lines or lanes. And see where Ryan is, the shortstop. You got rolling in on the grass. Would they made this play if they're playing back? Would have been able to stop it on the infield, not recorded out. Later in the game, you know, you play that way. Earlier in the game, you play back.
Zach Greinke will hit for himself.
Okay.
A little surprising here with a runner at third, first and third, and only one out, and just a 1-run lead. So instead of pinch hitting for his pitcher, wants to keep Greinke in there.
Well, you know, that's I think what kind of feels about his bullpen.
Oh, sure.
And Greinke also, you know, started 7 games earlier, so he's very capable of going multiple innings and getting this game to Dotel.
Still a curious move, though, to see him do this, but maybe an indictment of his bullpen. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You know, I questioned several times why he went to Gobble in all 3 games. You know, several times there was big leads, but his lefty that was in the pin was very good. But you know, one time pitching with 10 up by 10 runs.
It's a 1-1 pitch. The bunt is down. A foul tip and strike 2. It looked like Greinke missed the sign on the first, as it didn't seem that Bell was all that pleased. Sammy Sosa has just hit number 600, and he does it against Jason Marquis. And he does it against his former team, the Chicago Cubs. It's 5-1 Texas.
Wouldn't be a suicide squeeze, just trying to sacrifice a runner at first in the scoring position.
2-2. So 600 for Sammy Sosa. Two outs. You wonder if that decision right there is going to come back to haunt Buddy Bell.
Very well could. You know, the Cardinals, I think, are very relieved with that situation where they let their pitcher, an American League pitcher, hit.
And now Flores will come in to face David DeJesus here in the 6th inning. 5-4 Kansas City. Third appearance for Randy Flores, a record of 1-0. We saw him in the ball game last night. 8th inning. A no decision. Scoreless frame. And not many pitches in that inning, so Tony has no problem going back to Randy Flores tonight. Runners at first and third here in the top of the 6th, and the top of the lineup. David DeJesus will be the hitter who scored a couple of runs tonight. DeJesus singled and scored in the first. He's flying to right, reached on an error by Duncan in the 5th and scored. Cardinals have committed 4 errors tonight. Last time the Cardinals committed 4 more errors in a game was back in 05, a loss to San Francisco.
4 errors, and they got a good chance of still winning the game.
2 outs, first and third, and the first pitch is a ball.
Situations where the first batter a reliever faces is really a telling tale. Randy has retired 21 of the 32 first batters he's faced. He needs to do so now with 2 men on.
Up the middle, base hit. It's now 6-4. Now Buddy Bell is off the hot seat a little bit with a 2-out base hit by DeJesus. So Shealy scores, and those 2 runs are charged to Cavazos.
Don't get that first man. Got runners on base. You know, it's automatic. They're usually going to score another run.
Cavazos could not get an out. Both the batters he faced come around to score, and now it's Joey Gathright.
Randy only threw like 5 or 6 pitches in last night's inning of work, so shouldn't have any problem getting ready here.
Cardinals were down 3-1, then 4-1, tied it up 4-4, now trail 6-4. First and third, and a 1-1 pitch. See the runner from third, that's Tony Pena Jr. He's going about halfway down the line if Flores really isn't taking a look at him, and I think Pujols is going to go over there and tell him.
I agree with that assessment. Trying to induce a balk. Get a little clever. He sees Scott Rowland is off the line, so he thinks he can get equally as far down the line.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Gathright strikes out. Sends us to the bottom of the 6th. Kansas City picks up 2, and it's 6-4. Household names when you talk about that roster of the Silverbacks. You are a big fan of the International Fighting League.
Yeah, I'm going to be your trainer.
You won't find me in there, I guarantee it.
Can't believe how popular that is.
Oh, if I come across it, I watch. 1 ball, 1 strike. Buddy Bell decided to keep Zach Greinke into the game and see if the move pays off. It's 6-4 Kansas City. He has got good stuff. It's just a matter of putting it all together.
Yeah, just former #1 draft pick for the Royals, and a high pick at that. 6th overall of the 2002 June draft.
The 1-2 pitch.
They have drafted very well, haven't they? 98 on the gun, on ours, and the stadium gun.
We take a look at some of the young players that they have. TN comes to mind, obviously Alex Gordon. John Buck is starting to develop behind the plate. 3-2.
Guy they just brought up, Billy Butler, won the Texas League batting title last year with a .331 average. That team was loaded with so many prospects. That's where Gordon played.
Strikeout to start the bottom of the 6th. Greinke with 2 strikeouts in relief of Gil Mesh. Ryan struck out against Mesh. Mesh struck out 6 on the night.
So up to 98, and then you buckle your knees with that breaking ball.
Oh, 1 pitch to Brendan Ryan. Strike 2. Brendan has talked about when you're in the minor leagues, you see guys with great arms, but they have absolutely no idea where the ball is going. And you come up here to the major leagues, these guys can put it on the black.
That's why, in many ways, it should be easier to hit. You kind of take away that fear of being hit. They have better command, so you look for and expect pitches in the strike zone. Now, can you hit them? Is another question.
1-2 pitch to Ryan. Popped up, foul territory. And Sheely is there for out number 2. Wondered at some point they get Greinke settled into the bullpen if they would consider moving him back to the starting rotation. You see this guy every 5th day, you got a chance to win.
I think it's one of those situations where, on the disabled list last year for personal reasons, and you're just kind of trying to get him to wanting to play baseball and being comfortable, in his confidence back. Started the season in the rotation, made 7 consecutive starts, going 1-4 with a 5.71, and he allowed 12 earned runs in his last 2 starts. That was just a span of 9 innings.
Out to left, and the Cardinals will go 1-2-3 in this 6th inning. Good work by Greinke so far. 6-4 Kansas City.
Crafts and Snooks have teamed up with the Cardinals to allow fans the opportunity to steal second base. Register all summer at Snooks at the Kraft display for your chance to run onto the field and take home second base. Kraft stealing second at Snooks stores now. Cardinals trail by 2 as they picked up 2 runs after the Cardinals tied it up after 5. Randy Flores got the final out of the 6th inning, and he will face at least one more left-hander.
It's Martin. 6-4 here in the 7th. Good pitch, strike 2.
So often, you come in and you don't get that first man. They do some damage, but then you kind of get your groove, and your breaking ball is so much more effective. That's the case with Randy.
And a strikeout for Randy Flores to start the 7th.
Finished off the 6th inning after getting base hit to De Jesus. He got the left-handed swinging Gathright strikeout, and now Tierney strikes out.
Cardinals with a righty getting loose in the pen. That is Ryan Franklin. One thing that has been a positive for the Cardinals for the most part, the bullpen overall and these left-handers. But with these starters not going deep into games, just how long are they going to be able to hold up this season?
Strike called. Well, just almost every game you see one of the two left-handers and a couple right-handers are pitching.
John Buck is 0 for 2. Sac fly back in the first. Picked up his 26th RBI. Lines that one out of play. Strike 2. Buddy Bell is in a situation in Kansas City. He's in the final year of his deal. And with a transition in their front office, it'll be interesting to see what direction they want to go with the team that's on the field. A swing and a miss. Strikeout number 2 in the inning for Randy Flores. Good work. 3 in the game.
David Glass came up to visit me yesterday, the owner of the Royals, and his son Dan, who's president.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the St. Louis Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals.
Glass family grew up big Cardinal fans. Very close friends to the late Bing Devine.
Here, Buddy Bell, you want to stick this out with this young talent. If they can keep it, guys like Gordon and some of the others that we mentioned.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they've turned the corner. Made money the last few years. They obviously has spent wisely, you know, on their draft picks and scouted very well. This young man was their #1 draft pick 1 year in the minor leagues. He went from college player of the year to minor league player of the year. Nobody had ever done that.
Out of the University of Nebraska. Count of 2 balls, 2 strikes. Flores has struck out 3 so far. Gordon tonight with a couple of singles and a run scored.
Gordon was #1 draft pick, 2nd overall in the June '05 draft. And last season at Wichita, 325, 111 runs. That tied for the league lead. Had 158 hits, 39 doubles, 1 triple, 29 home runs, 101 RBIs.
A 3-2 pitch. Gordon lines it to Miles off his glove and into center. So a 3-hit night for Alex Gordon.
Yeah.
But it's been one of those kind of nights where that play, if you ask Miles, probably should have been made. That's going to be it for Randy Flores. A 3-hit night for Alex Gordon. He's starting to come around.
Well, the Cardinals have committed 4 errors, and how many balls have been like this? He did get a glove on it, just right on the webbing.
6-4 with 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Our Geico quote from Stan the Man: "I have a darn good job, but please don't ask me what I do." Stan the Man with our Geico quote. Had a chance to visit with Stan lately?
No, but I talked to Dick Zitzman today from Stan the Man Inc. and asked how Stan was doing, and he said he's doing fine. Comes into the office almost every day to sign the fans' request, and unbelievable memorabilia that you can get at Stan the Man Inc. 965-3000, 314 area code.
Ryan Franklin, he pitched in the ball game last night in the 9th inning. Cardinals are using now their 4th reliever of the night. And we're in the top of the 7th. 9 hits for the Kansas City Royals, 8 for St. Louis, 6-4 game. Cardinals have committed 4 errors tonight. And batter is Ryan Shealy. Walked and scored. Grounded out to third and struck out. Mentioned that Milwaukee beat San Francisco 7-5 this afternoon. Barry Zito takes a loss, only goes 4 innings in that game. He's now 6-8. Bonds was 0 for 1, but did reach on an error. Quick move that time, and Gordon back in safely. Since being no hit in Detroit, the Brewers are now 7-1 since that game. Oakland over Cincinnati 5-3. Danny Herron, another 7 innings, 9-2 on the season. Embry, the save, is 8th. Couple of home runs in that game. Dunn a solo shot. Hamilton a 2-run shot for the Reds. They've moved to the top of the 7th. Texas leads the Cubs 6-1. The story in that game: Sammy Sosa hits home run number 600 off of Jason Marquis in the bottom of the 5th. Scott Air is on to relieve Marquis now. Houston leading the Angels, top of the 2nd. Wandy Rodriguez against Irvin Santana. Pittsburgh and Seattle scoreless in the 2nd inning. Jeff Weaver making the start for the Mariners. Caught up with the Central.
Why is Franklin so preoccupied with Gordon at first?
Slowly hit. Ryan, step on the bag. Good play. And it's time to stretch. And coming up for the Cardinals, Aaron Miles will lead it off, followed by Pujols and Scott Spezio. 6-4 Kansas City. Ryan Moya is tonight's merchandise winner in the Hyundai Long Drive Inning Sweepstakes. If the Cardinals hit a home run here in the 7th, Ryan Moya qualifies for the Hyundai Sonata drawing in September. To register, visit a St. Louis area Hyundai dealer. Greinke back to work, and the first pitch is strike to Miles.
Good night for Aaron. 3 for 3. Average up to 296.
All 3 have been singles. Scored a run back in the 5th. Breaking ball just outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Miles is 4 for 4. Leadoff hit. And the tying run comes to the plate, and now for Pujols.
First hit off of Greinke.
Aaron Miles, a big night. It started back in the 1st.
A little bit of luck on this one as they get tangled up out in left field. Then a line drive up the middle. 5th inning, another base hit to the right side. And then a solid base hit here to lead off the 7th and give the Cardinals a hope, bringing up Albert with a potential tying run at the plate.
Pujols walked and scored in the 5th. Singled in the 3rd.
100 miles an hour. I'm not sure about that.
The 1-0 pitch. Outside, 2-0. Scott Spezio on deck.
100 mile an hour fastball and 87 mile an hour slider.
The 2-0. Oof. 96, and Pujols swung through it. 2-1.
or catch up with most fastballs, but down that looked like it did have some steam on it.
Oof. Breaking ball and a strike. That one at 78 miles an hour. He has got nasty stuff.
78 to 87 to, you see the breaking ball to 100 miles an hour.
A 2-2 pitch.
3-2 pitch. Retired 4 in a row before Miles' base hit. Now a 3-2 delivery.
A real big pitch in this game right here. Here it comes to Pujols. Runner goes, and it's spoiled.
Frankie threw a fastball there that Albert fouled off. Buck doesn't have a high percentage, so even though you got a flamethrower on the mound,
Runner goes again. Pitch is taken for a ball. And Pujols is on for the 3rd time tonight. We've talked about it before, how many big hits Scott Spiezio has had, and he'll come up with runners at 1st and 2nd.
Got 2 relievers up. Gobble was the one, and Soria is the right-hander. Bob McClure out to talk. The entire infield comes in.
And another conference on the mound. Ron Kolpa says, all right, let's go. Well, this year when you can't be home to watch the Cardinals on FSN Midwest, check out MLB.tv, and you can log on to the internet to watch every out-of-market Cardinals game live or listen to every radio broadcast live. For more details on MLB.tv, visit STLCardinals.com, where baseball is always on.
Bullpen has been very good of late. Had 5 1/3 shutout innings last night. 8 1/3 for the first 2 games. Got an inning and a third bullpen shutout tonight. And if you go back to last Sunday, the Royals bullpen has thrown 12 2/3 shutout innings.
1st and 2nd, Spiezio. Looks at ball 1. Scott, the cleanup man tonight. Sacrifice fly, RBI back in the 1st, struck out in the 3rd, walked and scored in the 5th.
357 average with runners in scoring position.
Inning started with a base hit by Miles, a walk to Pujols. And here comes a 1-0 pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Spiezio is 20 RBIs in his past 32 games with 1 tonight.
One and 2. Ball and 2 strikes on Spezio. Fastball ripped into right field for a base hit. Miles will be held up at third base, and bases loaded, nobody out here in the 7th. So pitch by pitch here with Spezio.
Scott Spezio's .333 average against Greinke. It's like a fastball, but it only registered 90. Then he comes back with another breaking ball. A breaking ball gets 2 strikes. Then he tries to throw a fastball by him. 96, but he can turn on the dead red, and he gets another base hit. So the Cardinals, the bases loaded against Greinke, and will he be able to face? They look like they're waiting. May a double switch here.
The question now is, why would he throw Spezio a fastball in that count?
Well, you know, you're a gunslinger and you think you can throw it by somebody after you've thrown 2 breaking balls. You think you're going to be looking there, but we know Spezio is always looking for fastball.
Tell you about the changes when we come back. Bases loaded, nobody out for the Cardinals here in the 7th. Changes now for the Royals. Esteban Herman takes over at third base. Alex Gordon shifts from third base over to first. And Gordon has 22 hits in the month of June. Half of those are against the Cardinals. Joaquim Soria, 10 saves and 13 opportunities, comes in with the bases loaded and nobody out, and he will face Scott Rowland. 6-4 Kansas City.
Fort Dotel was activated. Soria was the closer, and as a rookie in a Rule 5 selection from San Diego, he has 10 saves, but he's in a jam now.
Bases loaded. Miles, Pujols, and Spezio. Aaron Miles, by the way, is now hitting .362 in the month of June. Hit safely in 7 of his past 8 games. 4 grand slams in the career of Scott Rowland. First pitch is fouled back. Rowland came up with the bases loaded back in the 5th and 2 outs, and delivered with a single that brought in 2. A key spot in the game back then.
Game 1 of this series, Encarnacion came up 2 different times with the bases loaded and 1 out, and grounded into a double play.
Up the middle, a flip, a catch, and a double play. Nicely done. Run scores to make it 6-5. That's a heck of a double play. 6-4-3.
Cortez with the bare hand and return throw. So up the middle right there. Came up a little bit. Bare hand and throw him out. Do get a run. No RBI for Rowland. And it's a 6-5 ball game.
Duncan delivered with 2 outs. Back in the 5th inning. Picked up an RBI single in his 34th RBI.
I see. Pitch Gobble with a 10-run lead, down by 8 runs, and now with the tying run on third base, you don't bring your lefty in.
Duncan hits it high in the air out to left center. De Jesus with room, calls for it and makes the catch. Bases loaded, nobody out, and the Cardinals pick up 1. Cardinals baseball on FSM Midwest is brought to you by Budweiser. Reach for a Budweiser, the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Open up a world of taste. By Chevrolet, meet the all-new Silverado 2007 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. See for yourself. Shop and compare at stlchevy.com. And by Advance Auto Parts, providing car care. Know how to protect your investment. We're ready in advance. Franklin back to work here in the 8th. 6-5. And here is Cortez. Golden opportunity there, partner, when you've got the bases loaded, nobody out, and the Cardinals only get 1.
Well, it's been the story of this series, you know.
Chopped off the plate. Franklin with time. Underhands to Pujols for the first out.
Game 1 of the series with the Encarnacion twice after they intentionally walked Pujols to ground into double plays. You know, it's Tony described that as a winnable game, and you say the same thing here, even with the 4 miscues.
Cardinals have stranded 7 on the night. Kansas City was 6. Redbirds about hit the Royals 10-9, but trails 6-5. Tony Pena Jr. with an RBI, 1 for 3. Little floater that is going to be caught by Miles. 2 outs. Another sellout tonight, 42,623. Here's Esteban Herman. First plate appearance of the night against Franklin. 2 outs, nobody on. This will be the final inning for Ryan Franklin. He's due up first for the Cardinals in the bottom half of this inning. A broken bat over Miles and into right field. 2-out base hit for Herman. And we're back to the top of the lineup. 5th plate appearance for De Jesus.
He doesn't hit this off the end of the bat, right off the end of the bat, breaking it.
De Jesus, 2 runs scored and an RBI. 2 hits, 2 for 4. Foul tip. Caught Ron Culpa, the home plate umpire. They've got him on the toe.
Yeah, I think so. Somewhere on the leg, but usually have steel plated toes on those umpiring shoes, but every now and then nobody wants to put a lot of weight on that, so it might have been more on the ankle.
One pitch to De Jesus. Strike 2 on the inside corner. Cardinals will have Franklin's spot, then Stinnett and Ryan coming up in the bottom of the 8th. Finally gets set. The 0-2 pitch. With Herman running, foul ball. Stinnett out to visit. No balls, 2 strikes on De Jesus. In the front of the media guide for the Kansas City Royals, one of their young players that they feel is going to be a star.
De Jesus attended Rutgers University. Did not play in 2000 or 2001 after signing in August due to an elbow injury suffered while playing at Rutgers.
On the season, hitting .272, and now time is called. 0-2 pitch. On deck is Gathright if De Jesus can extend the inning.
4 for 9 in the series. Preoccupied with those base runners with 2 outs. You have 2 strikes on the hitter. Work on the hitter, and that runner can't do anything.
One-two pitch. 2-2.
Jesus with a couple more hits tonight. He's about 340 in interleague play.
There goes Herman, and the pitch is taken for a ball. Throw to second and out. Ryan holds on. And that sends us to the bottom of the 8th. Good throw by Kelly Stinnett. Right on the money. 6-5 Kansas City. Skip Schumacher will pinch hit for Ryan Franklin to start the bottom of the 8th. It's 6-5 Kansas City. Skip just recently recalled. On the season, hitting .222, no homers and 3 RBIs.
Here at the big league level, he was batting .314 with 5 home runs and 14 RBIs. At Memphis, and was batting .358 this month.
It's a pinch hitter. We have not seen him very patient. I mean, very aggressive early on in his at bats. Twice he's been a pinch hitter in this series, and swung at the first pitch and does so here.
A lot of times, you know, it's one of the most difficult jobs in all of baseball, and you know, pitcher's going to try and get ahead of the count on you. You would go up there and you've been sitting all game. You got 3 cracks at it, so you don't want to be taking strikes. But most of the time, you have to be aggressive, but just make sure you're swinging at strikes.
Here's the 0-2. Pena bobbles it, spins and throws, not in time, and the tying run is on. It's par for the course tonight, isn't it?
Yeah. It really is. They gave a base hit on this ball. I thought this was the big leagues.
Wow. It's got to be an error.
They gave a base hit. That's, you know. I'm happy for Skip.
He'll take it.
Oh, yeah.
Kelly Stinnett sent us to the bottom of the 8th with a tremendous throw at second base.
Don't get picked off now, but
Schumacher's got some speed here. Let's see what the Cardinals want to do.
Yeah, it's just, you know, if Kelly hits one on the ground, they're going to have a real good shot of turning 2.
1 for 3 on the night with a double, pair of strikeouts.
Now they changed it correctly.
And Stinnett showing bunt. Pulls back and takes ball 1. Encarnacion has moved to the on-deck circle.
Buck, pitcher paying a lot of attention over there. Buck, the catcher, is nabbed 2 of 18 would-be base stealers. Stinnett was the first to have 4 that he has thrown out, and was a good throw.
Strike 1. Kendo down to visit with Kelly Stinnett. Make sure they get the right sides, get on the same page.
We've seen Tony take off the sacrifice, put on the hit and run. Stinnett has struck out twice tonight. First time up, he got a double.
Trying to bunt again. That's strike two.
Not showing good technique, is stabbing at the ball. So the right side, if you can just push anything that way, you got a good chance it'll get into the outfield.
And again bunting and doesn't do the job. Strikes out for the third time.
A lot of times you fail to execute late in the ball game, just simple fundamentals, you lose them.
Encarnacion will be a pinch hitter for Franklin. Check that for Ryan. Brendan Ryan. Saw his 18-game hitting streak come to a close last night. See if Schumacher wants to swipe a bag here. Get himself in scoring position. So Taguchi is on deck.
On surgically repaired wrist, a little sore. He tried to go after a high pitch and felt a little twinge. Maybe one of the reasons why he wasn't in the starting lineup, or just to give him spelling.
The pinch hit here for Ryan. You could move Spezio to second base.
Right. Ludwick or Schumacher, who stays in the game. Put Encarnacion out and right. We got many options.
One and two the count on Encarnacion.
One is 1 for 2 off a source.
Kansas City 6-5 here in the 8th. One out, runner at first. So Taguchi is on deck. These pitchers have been occupied with runners at first on both sides tonight, haven't they?
Sure have.
Took something off it and a chance at a double play. 6-4. Throw wide. Encarnacion will advance to second base as the ball scoots into the dugout.
Schumacher going in very aggressive, trying to take out that middle infielder. Really shouldn't have forced a bad throw, but they produced one. And another error, so 6 errors in this game, 2 errors for the Royals this inning.
So Taguchi 1 for 4. So is hitting .292 with runners in scoring position.
Last home run was this month.
And that's not going to do it. Catch made by Gordon. Cardinals strand a runner. 1-run Kansas City lead as we head to the 9th. back in St. Louis, top of the ninth, and the Cardinals trail by the score of 6-5. Tonight's game reset is brought to you by Singular. Singular is now the new AT&T. A story that has developed in this game, the fact that the Cardinals have had a lot of miscues, really miscues on both sides. Cardinals have committed 4 errors. Kansas City with 2 errors, 10 hits aside. And the Redbirds have stranded 8. And also take a look at even last inning. Kelly Stinnett a missed bunt attempt. Just little things where they've had chances to get into this game, tie it up, if not take the lead, but they have not done that. And they trail by the score of 6-5. Game reset brought to you by Singular. Singular is now the new AT&T.
28th appearance for Izzy. See the 14 saves. He has not had a save in 2 weeks. Now, he hadn't had a save opportunity in 2 weeks. Picked up his 14th back on June the 6th with a perfect 9th inning. So the times he's been pitching in between have just been situations like this, or a few times with big leads.
De Jesus was left at the plate after Herman was caught stealing by Stinnett. Jason has had a very good year.
Spezio moves from right to second base. Miles moves back to his original spot, shortstop, and Schumacher stays in the game to play right. Miles opened up at short, moved to second, back to short.
Cardinal all-time saves leader Jason Isringhausen at 188. He's had 4 30-plus save seasons with the Cardinals. One ball and 2 strikes.
Last pitched on Sunday at Oakland. He had a very efficient 1-2-3 inning. He's had a win or save in 14 of the team's last 25 victories and 17 of 31 overall.
Nasty pitch and a strikeout of De Jesus. That's how we start the top of the ninth. He's got that knuckle curve, and when he's right, that pitch is almost unhittable.
Times he falls in love with the cutter. Here's a knuckle curveball. No chance for De Jesus.
Cardinals looking ahead to the bottom of the inning will have Miles, Pujols, and Spezio. So 2, 3, and 4 in the lineup, and Pujols has been on base 3 times. Miles is 4 for 4, so still some fireworks left.
One in the bottom of the ninth.
Strike to Joey Gathright. Off day tomorrow, no reason to hold back Isringhausen, so he pitches here in the 9th inning.
The Cardinals will get a shot at Dotel.
Dotel had a save in game 1.
Pretty pumped up about it too, what?
He certainly was.
It's what, 6 for 6 this year in save opportunities. Just came to the active roster around June 1st. There's Dotel. The Cardinal bullpen. It's Kip Wells, but there's a lot of Marty Mason teaching Kip Wells.
1-1 pitch. See Marty Mason out there in the Cardinal bullpen talking with Kip, and it looks like they're going over some mechanics of his delivery.
Right, exactly. Marty's a very good pitching coach. Cal Eldred is in uniform trying to help him out. I mean, they're all trying to do whatever they can. Trying to show him where his landing area is, whether he's going too far, or whether opening up too much. Talking about, see, he was opening up too much, and then his arm is dragging. Can't get it in position.
Two pitch. Out in front of the plate. That's a fair ball. Out number 2. course, that'd be something, if you're Kip Wells, you don't want to come into this game. All of a sudden, you'd be thinking about your mechanics and trying to correct that in a live game.
He's not coming in this game. This is just a meaningful effort. He'll make the start on Sunday, and it bears repeating. Part of the reason Tony was going to put him in the bullpen for a couple weeks, trying to get him back in tune, get something positive, but with Looper's injuries, back into the rotation. But by missing Kansas City last night or tonight, it allows him to pitch against a club that he's 5-0 with a 1.24 ERA against. You know, how could you not, you know, let a struggling 2-11 pitcher miss an opportunity where he's had success?
Martin, 1 ball, 1 strike. And he will pitch against Cole Hamels in that game. Hamels 9 wins already. So not an easy assignment to draw.
See Cal Eldred there, who comes in frequently and trying to help out, and I'm sure he'll play in Albert's golf tournament, but technically not on the roster. But it is kind of a common courtesy where, you know, Tony could ask the opposing manager for someone to be on the bench or down the bullpen, and usually that is granted. Trying to keep his weight back so he doesn't open up too soon.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
You can see you can do it pitcher perfect in the bullpen, but then all of a sudden when you get your adrenaline flowing and you get out there in game action, everything reverts back to bad habits. Just muscle memory.
The 2-2 spoiled.
Reach out, and you know, like sometimes too, you know, you don't finish off your pitches. I've always tried to say, you know, you don't throw to your catcher, you throw through your catcher. And trying to get him to balance on that front foot without, or the back foot, so you don't fall forward. And you got that, you know, that explosive where you can attack, but everything is, you know, your upper body's in sync with your lower body. Right now, you know, he just needs people in his corner, you know, trying to show that everyone's, you know, still could be such a vital part of this ball club. It made perfect sense, his signing, to work with Dave Duncan. He wanted to work with him. Dave wanted to work with Kip.
3-2.
I see Gary Bennett, you know, who it's important for him to be out there and find out what they're trying to teach him, because then he can go out and make those adjustments in the game.
Fair ball and safe at first. Great effort by Pujols to Isringhausen. Bang bang play at first with Izzy, and a 2-out base hit. Good at bat there by Tina.
Yeah, he's a good looking player, right over the bag, right on the chalk line. So a sensational play by Albert, but then can't get the ball. You know, the athleticism of Izzy going over to cover. He's trying to show him a big target here, but then the high throw messes up the timing, and Tien comes down on the bag ahead of Izzy's foot.
Out of Albert's hand came the baseball, and it looked like a divot too.
That's tomorrow, Albert, at your golf course. You know,
there it is.
You see the big divot, the grass that comes out.
That's concentration there.
Izzy got the white one, not the green.
And here is John Buck, 6'5", Kansas City. 2 outs here in the top of the 9th. Strike one on Buck. Struck out. He picked up an RBI in the first. Kansas City scored 3 runs in the first, 1 in the 5th, 2 in the 6th. And an 0-1 pitch. Pulled foul.
He's making some good pitches.
Is he a strike away from sending us to the bottom of the 9th? Kip Wells is still throwing in the Cardinal bullpen, working on that little side session, mechanics and whatnot. Milwaukee wins 7-5. Toronto over LA 12-1. Cleveland over Philadelphia 10-6. Oakland over Cincinnati 5-3. Florida beat the White Sox 5-4. Arizona over Tampa Bay 7-4. Minnesota beat the Mets 6-2. Boston over Atlanta 11-0.
One more pitch, Izzy.
Runner goes on 1 and 2, slowly hit to short and out at first. Good play by Miles. Coming up for the Cardinals against Dotel, Miles, Pujols, and Spezio. 6-5 Kansas City.
Well, Kansas City has a 1-run lead. They go to their closer, Dotel, who has saved the last 3 Kansas City wins. Most recent was Monday night, working the 9th inning after allowing a leadoff single, but then he fanned 2 men to preserve the 5-3 win. 11 games. Cardinals saw quite a bit of him when he was with Houston before he went to Oakland. Then he had the Tommy John surgery. Pitched only 14 games for the Yankees last year.
See, Miles is 1 for 1 against Dotel, and Aaron Miles has a 4-hit night. 4 hits tonight marks the second 4-hit game of the season. He was 4 for 5 back on April 10th at Pittsburgh.
He's ever had a 5-hit game.
Aaron actually started the month 0 for 9, but right now he is hitting .362.
Like you said, a shot in the arm with hit very well at home.
And Miles picks up another base hit. A 5-hit night for Aaron Miles.
Let's get him a victory on his 5-hit game. A nice going, Aaron Miles. They're all 5 singles, but shoots another one through the hole. Dotel, as I said, allowed a leadoff single in the first game of this series, but then he struck out a couple guys to preserve his save of the year, 6 for 6. And how about that? 7 walk-off homers for Albert.
First pitch to Pujols is outside. These two are very close friends, Dotel and Albert Pujols. Prior to the game, visiting for quite some time.
I always find that works a lot better for the hitter than it does for the pitcher.
Here's the 1-0. Pujols shoots it foul. 1 ball, 1 strike.
It's not in the days of old where you kind of try to intimidate hitters, and so if you lose that little edge, if they know you're a nice guy or a good friend, you know he wouldn't purposely drill you. So Albert, hand your good buddy a loss.
One pitch. .354, 8 homers, 17 RBIs. The 7th inning or later.
Those numbers have jumped up in the positive in the last month.
Crowd on their feet. The 1-2 pitch. Pujols hits it out to deep right field. Is it enough? It's off the wall. Miles on his way to third. They're going to wave him home. And Pujols has done it yet again. This game is tied 6-6.
Well, you got to tie it before you can win it. The ball never really appeared that it was going to have enough steam to get over the right field wall. Landed right at the base of the wall, and that was a good thing. Fastball away. Albert thought he had one, and now he'll start running. He wasn't going to get any further than second base, but watch it go right to the base of the wall, and then it gets stuck there. So Tian had to run in and get it at the wall. He has a great throwing arm, but not before the Cardinals. They're going to walk Spezio. Wow.
Look at Dotel and this, just trying to have the intentional walk and almost threw it away.
Yep. So you can watch Spezio is ready for anything, but he slowed down his arm action. And I'm sure that John Buck, the catcher, is saying, hey, throw it a little harder. Don't worry about it. I'll get out there and catch it. Don't throw me a lollipop.
So Spezio walked. And here's Scott Rowland. A single by Miles to start the inning. The double off the wall to score Aaron Miles all the way from first. Intentional pass to Scott Spezio. And here's Scott Rowland. Scott Rowland, good numbers against Dotel. Couple of home runs, 6 for 13.
Oh, that's surprising to me.
Yep. Guy that throws that hard against Rowland.
But he keeps the ball down and gets Scott out going up and in.
Slowly hit to the third baseman for 1, on to first, not in time. They almost threw it away.
Yeah, well, Spezio got right on top of him. Vermont, that really was not hit hard enough, and maybe sometimes, you know, Cortez, the second baseman, got to wonder, should I have really thrown this? But see, Spezio knocks his legs out, and that forces the errant throw, but Gordon scoops it up.
Wouldn't this be something with the 4 errors and the missed opportunities? A chance to win this game here in the bottom of the 9th.
Well, this game reminds you an awful lot of Sunday's ball game, where Reyes gave up 5 in the first. That's all he gave up, and the Cardinals came back and won that one.
Now, a question for Buddy Bell here. would you load the bases and pitch to Schumacher instead of pitching to Duncan?
I would, you know, sometimes you'll go out and you give the option to your pitcher. Other times you'll sit there and see if he gets behind in the count.
One of the things with a guy like Duncan, I'm sure Buddy Bell is thinking, is that, look, he strikes out a lot. That could get us to that out number 2 and then deal with Schumacher then.
Remember, he has a very, very good left-handed reliever in Gobble. So, I mean, with the 2 lefties coming up here, you can go to bring in Gobble. It's Gobble, the lefty coming in. Emil Brown will go to play left field as part of a double switch.
So Gobble coming in with the game on the line. 6-6 in the bottom of the 9th. Jimmy Gobble into the ball game. His record is at 3-1, 2.59 ERA.
Interesting thing there, you see Emil Brown goes into left field, part of the double switch. Very tough on left-handed hitters is Gobble, but Jimmy hasn't worked since last Thursday night versus the Cardinals in Kansas City when he made his team-leading 35th appearance, working an inning, allowing 2 hits and a run. Pujols' home run. Remember, he pitched in all 3 of those games in St. Louis, or I mean, excuse me, in Kansas City. And one time they had an 8-run lead, another time they had a 10-run lead, and they used this very valuable lefty. And his 3rd appearance is when gave up the home run. If you're going to walk it, if you're going to walk Duncan, why don't you have the right-hander do it? Why? This is my pet peeve. You know, you're bringing in somebody because of the ineffectiveness of Dotel. You got a guy that's all pumped, ready to face 2 left-handers, and then you ask him to do something negative.
Cardinals have Ludwick on the bench. They could counter here if they'd like to do that, or give Schumacher a chance. Skip Schumacher could win the game for the Cardinals.
Is he trying to call Schumacher back? He's trying to call him back, and Ludwick will pinch hit. Now, Gobble did face 1 man, so if Buddy Bell wants to go to another right-hander, he can.
Cardinals' only walk-off win this season came back on June 5th. They beat Cincinnati with a walk-off hit by Sho Taguchi. It was 4-3, and Isringhausen was the winner in that game.
And that's it. Gobble pitched to his 1 man.
Tell you about the change when we come back. Bases loaded, only 1 out. Not every day you see that. A guy come in from the bullpen and potentially walk the 1 man he faces, and then he's lifted. But we've got that. And this game tonight, Joel Peralta in with the game on the line. Bases loaded and 1 out to face Ludwick.
He's 0 for 4 in save opportunities. He allowed a hit to the first Redbird he faced last night. That'll work tonight. And then retired the next 6, including 3 via the strikeout.
Only run that matters is standing over there at third base, and that's Pujols. Tied the game with an RBI double to bring in Miles.
This would be a very, very frustrating loss if the Cardinals don't come through here.
But look at that. Ludwick 326 against right-handed pitching, 139 against the lefties.
He's also 6 for 12. And has 2 pinch hit home, or he has a pinch hit home run this year. He did that in Kansas City.
First pitch to Ludwick. Breaking ball and a check swing, fouled back.
Leads the team with those 6 pinch hits.
Runners scored 7 out of 9 times with a runner in third, and less than 2 outs for Ludwick.
First came up, teams were getting in on him, jamming him, but he made a little mechanical adjustment, and he's been hitting the ball well.
The 0-1 pitch to Ludwick. 0-2.
Big career game in Oakland for Ludwick, as career highs with 3 hits, 3 runs, and 5 RBIs on Sunday, including a 3-run home run as the game winner.
In the hole here, no balls, 2 strikes. Bases loaded, 1 out here in the bottom of the 9th in a 6-6 game. 0-2 pitch on its way.
Outfielders are very shallow. They have to be able to throw out pools, and they still may be too deep.
The 1-2 pitch. Ludwick strikes out. 2 outs, and it's up to Stinnett.
Peralta comes in here and fires and throws a fastball by him. Stinnett doubled his first time up, and then 3 consecutive strikeouts. 1 trying to bunt.
You know he'd love to atone for that. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Breaking ball and a strike. Nobody throwing in the Cardinal bullpen, so Izzy could go back out and pitch another inning.
Absolutely. Off day tomorrow.
Peralta wants to bring out his catcher.
Stinnett called time, and then Buck's going to take advantage of it. Talk to his pitcher. What do I do now? I got ahead of the count. Few Royals fans here, but nowhere near the Cardinal entourage that goes to Kansas City.
The 0-1 pitch.
Twelve runs, 23 hits, 6 errors. 15 left off by both teams, including 3 out there for the Cardinals.
Count of 1 ball, 1 strike. The next 2, Stinnett. Took some off it at 80 miles an hour, 1-2.
Big one left.
One-two pitch, and Stinnett pops it foul and out of play. And Buck out to visit again. Did you have this many meetings when you were playing?
No.
Remarkable.
One, usually when you came out to the mound, you were told what sign or sequence you were going to go to. With the man on second base, you didn't need to run out there every time the guy reaches second the first time.
Here's a 1-2, and Stinnett pops it up. That'll find the seats out of play.
More pitches he sees, the more opportunity. Peralta will give him something he can hit solidly. Heck, the way this game's gone, it could end on an error.
head to extra innings. Peralta comes in and strikes out 2. Tied up at 6-6. We're back, and it's a 6-6 game as we move to the top of the 10th. It'll be the second inning of work for Jason Isringhausen. Alex Gordon will lead it off, followed by Brown and Cortez. The Cardinals have had some great opportunities tonight. Bases loaded, nobody out in the 7th. Picked up 1 run, and Ludwick strikes out with the bases loaded, 1 out, and then Stinnett strikes out. Ludwick stays in the game to play right field. Alex Gordon, 3-hit night, 3 singles.
He threw 22 pitches in his first inning of work.
And all those moves by Buddy Bell wind up paying off.
Yeah. And the credit. You can make those decisions, and it's up to the execution of your pitchers. And Peralta came through with a pair of strikeouts.
Here's a 1-1 pitch. A ball and 2 strikes on Gordon. Texas over the Cubs 7-3. That's now final. Colorado beat the Yankees 6-1. Andy Pettit takes a loss in that start. And Gordon pulls it foul. Well, it took 3 hours and 40 minutes to get through 9 innings.
Well, isn't that the beauty of baseball? No clock.
Todd Wellemeyer did make the start, didn't he?
Today or yesterday?
It feels like about a week ago. Here's a 1-2 pitch. 2-2. 6-6 game here in the 10th. Good portion of the crowd is left for the exits. Crowd of 42,000 plus tonight. 2-2 pitch. Hammered out to center and a base hit. 4-hit night for young Alex Gordon.
Went to Kansas City, he was under 200, and that batting average has been a steady climb. But he's going to be a good player for a long time in this league.
Al, he has 23 hits in the month of June, and 12 of those have come against the Cardinals.
Brown, another guy that's swinging a hot bat. His first plate appearance.
Matches a career high for Gordon with those 4 hits. Aaron Miles with a 5-hit night. Scored the tying run in the bottom of the 9th on the double by Pujols.
Easy to get a double play ball up here.
Here's a 1-0 pitch. Gordon is running, and it's hit into shallow right field. This could be trouble. Ludwick over, and it's foul.
A lot of the closers are max effort type guys, and so they really have a big windup and very easy to steal against. If Izzy goes into a slide step mode.
Gordon on that last pitch with a terrific jump would have had a stolen base. Instead, he's back to first in a count of 1 ball, 1 strike.
Today, Craig Monroe had 5 strikeouts in a game. And I got a call. We were in Kansas City. I got a call from a guy in Detroit. They're playing. He plays with the Tigers. And said, "What's 3 strikeouts?" I said, "A hat trick." "What's 4?" "Golden sombrero." "What's 5?" I said, "I don't know if I've ever heard of that." And Polberg, the third base coach, says that's a release.
Stinnett has struck out, what, 4 times tonight?
Yes.
Off-speed pitch, throw down to second, safe. So Gordon is in scoring position.
The 7th steal in 9 attempts. Steal this off Izzy, also helped out. They threw a breaking ball. So Spezio catching the 1 hopper, applies a tag.
Count of 1 ball, 2 strikes on Brown. 6-6 here in the 10th. And that's going to be back to Isringhausen. Runner stays put at second base. And Brown does not do the job by advancing Gordon from second to third.
And Izzy, all he did was looking back. Just take that quick little look back, freeze that runner at second base, and then throw it on to first.
This will be the final inning of work for Isringhausen. His spot is due up first for the Cardinals, and we'll see Taguchi, Miles, and if anybody can reach Pujols in the bottom of the 10th. Cortez is 0 for 3, a sac bunt back in the 6th.
Playing in his 5th game since his recall.
Pitch up and in. Pitch count at 33 for Isringhausen. Off and line foul.
Cortez at Omaha showed any power. He was 244 average, no home runs, 13 RBIs. That was a year ago. This year he was 299 with 3 home runs, 19 RBIs.
1 out, runner at second, 1 ball, 1 strike on the hitter Cortez. Second inning of work for Izzy. You get a little concerned about the workload here.
Got 35 pitches and only 1 out.
In the bullpen still available, Johnson and Kate. A broken bat slowly hit. Miles over and makes the play.
Another nice play by Aaron. He's the only one that could cut across the infield and get that ball on the first base side of second. And then the nice little throw. Lead runner goes to third at 2 outs.
Pena with an RBI base hit back in the 6th. Kansas City with 3 in the 1st. They got 1 in the 5th, 2 in the 6th. Cardinals with a run in the 1st, 3 in the 5th, 1 in the 7th, and tied it up in the bottom of the 9th.
6th run came off the RBI single by Pena. Cardinals are really only down to Bennett, their backup catcher, and so you might see Wainwright might see one of the Cardinal hitters pinch hit. Another option would be Kip Wells, but you would have to preserve him as a pitcher. You got the two lefties, and then you got Kip Wells down there. You know he doesn't really want to bring him in, but if it goes long enough, you might be forced to. Hey, he told me to get a bat.
One and two.
Might do is you Wainwright hit, Thompson pinch run. Four errors, the hitting opportunities that they couldn't do more with. This is a game you got to win.
Wainwright getting set. He's got a helmet. The bat. 1-2 pitch.
Fouled the pitch and caught his helmet.
That's a middle infielder on a 2-strike pitch. That's the kind of swing that he's got.
And well, he does have one home run on the year, so.
Reminds you of his dad. You said, hey, he's not really like him. Well, maybe in some ways he is.
I mean, personality part. The big smile all the time. Just happy. Dad's on Joe Torre's coaching staff
now. A 1-2 pitch. Got him. Good work by Isringhausen. Sends us to the bottom of the 10th. All tied up. 6-6. So Adam Wainwright will be the pinch hitter to start the inning. A 6-6 game as we move to the bottom half of the 10th. Peralta got the final 2 outs in the 9th with strikeouts with the bases loaded. So the Cardinals are down to Bennett. They got to keep him alive because he's the backup catcher. So Wainwright hits in this spot. Owns a home run. He hit one in San Francisco. 385 average. 4 RBIs. Looks
like Troy Kate will be the next Cardinal pitcher. Peralta did a great job as he came in with the bases loaded. Only 1 out, struck out Ludwick and then Stinnett.
The 1-1 pitch to Wainwright. On 1-2, Wainwright hits it hard, but to the third baseman, Herman.
Have you ever seen a 6-for-6 game?
We were down in Florida a couple of years ago. It was Fernando Vina 0 for 9 in the game. Finally picked up a hit, and I think it was the game-winning RBI base hit.
Yes, it was. That one, but in 6 for 6 performances, Miles going to have a shot. Real important for Taguchi or Miles to extend the inning to Pujols.
There's an 0-1 pitch.
Albert tied it with an RBI double, scoring Miles after his 5th consecutive hit.
2-1. So singled and scored all the way back in the 1st inning. A 2-1 pitch to Sho Taguchi. Outside, 3-1.
Very good eye.
Peralta just stares back at Ron Kolpa, the home plate umpire.
Been a long night for everybody, but how about the home plate umpire? 4-hour game right now. This game's payback for the quick one last night.
A 3-1 pitch to Sho Taguchi.
Games on the West Coast may finish before this one.
Seattle leads Pittsburgh. They're in the 8th, and the Astros on top of the Angels 4-2 in the 7th. Baltimore leading San Diego 7-0. That's in the 8th inning.
We're in the bottom of the 10th, and there's 2-hour time difference.
Sho Taguchi with 2 home runs this season. A 3-2 pitch.
John Lieber left his start for Philadelphia with an apparent injury.
Taguchi hits it down the right field line. It is slicing and foul. A 3-2 pitch again, and Taguchi pulls it foul. Good at bat here by Sho.
that leadoff man somehow. Excuse me, 1 out. Get on base some way.
The 3-2 again. And Taguchi hits it down the right field line. That's trouble, and it's a fair ball. Ground rule double for So Taguchi. So here we go. Winning run in scoring position. Outstanding at bat to start the inning for So Taguchi. After the ground ball and out. So
that's real key what Miles does right here, because if he makes the second out, they'll walk Pujols. So Taguchi gets himself in scoring position. But the way that Miles is swinging the bat tonight with the ground rule double, Miles may end it with his 6th hit of the night. Wouldn't that be something? Miles's average is up to 305. He's 5 for 5. Scored 3 runs, all 5 singles, but left fielder Emil Brown very shallow. You got Tien in right field, who has an outstanding throwing arm.
first pitch to Miles. Ball 1. Oh for 3 against Peralta with a strikeout is Aaron Miles. One-0 pitch. Ball 2.
They could even walk. You know, if Miles end up walking, they would just walk Pujols to load the bases.
Yep.
But everybody up. Everybody wanting to see the end of this one.
Oh my goodness.
You can see that one happening. Give Pena some credit, and look at Tony. How in the world can that happen?
Oh my goodness.
Watch the shortstop. There he goes. And when he snuck in behind him and he spun, he ended up throwing. I mean, he ended up running, and look at somebody else who's running. But Pena snuck in behind him, and then Taguchi took another step towards third base, and it wasn't even close.
A 2-0 pitch to Miles. A strike. The last 6-hit game in the major leagues was Sean Figgins, and he did that just this past week against Houston, and his 6th hit was a walk-off hit. Prior to that, Raul Ibanez in September of 2004. And Aaron skies it out to left, and we head to the 11th inning. Two and a third this season for Troy Cate in the major leagues. Opponents hitting just 125 against him. This will be his 3rd appearance. The Cardinals in their bullpen are left with Tyler Johnson and Kip Wells. It's 6-6. 6 errors in this game. 19 men left on combined. Shortest game of the season was last night, 2 hours and 10 minutes. Longest game of the season tonight.
This one. Troy Cate signed as minor league free agent last January, or January of '06. He went to Palm Beach and Springfield. He's been back and forth between relieving and starting at Memphis. Made 9 starts, 16 appearances, and the lefty is 1.08 as a reliever and 1-5 as a starter.
Esteban Herman will lead it off, a single back in the 8th. He's 1 for 1 tonight. First pitch is outside to Herman. As we approach 11:30 here in St. Louis. 6-6 game. Out to deep right field. And the catch is made by Ryan Ludwick. Good start for Kate.
You have Tyler Johnson and Kip Wells down in that bullpen. But as we said, with Kate making 9 starts at Memphis, he should be the one that be extended out in this game.
Here's De Jesus, and the first pitch is strike. Cardinals were very impressed, Al, with Troy Kate during spring training. Made a name for himself there, so a chance here in the big leagues.
He's 26 years of age.
No balls, 2 strikes. Cardinals will have Pujols, Spezio, and Roland coming up in the bottom of the 11th.
So put a 0 up in here in the 11th inning and let the big boys bring you home.
And an 0-2 pitch by Kate in the dirt.
Other times Stinnett having to catch somebody he's never caught before.
This situation, though, a little bit easier because he at least could be familiar with some of the guys. Remember when he got here, Stinnett was just thrown right into the mix.
Bennett got hit in the head, and his introduction to half his pitching staff was out there on the mound that night. Faced 6 guys, so Troy Kate strikeout here. Retired the first 2, and now Dave Duncan going to go out and talk to whom this is a pinch hitter. This is Bill Butler. He was just called up when they put Sweeney on the disabled list. He won the Texas League batting championship a year ago. He is an outfielder and another one of their very fine prospects.
Trying to find a spot for him. He's hitting .243, no homers, 4 RBIs, and they say he's got a pretty good bat. So Dave Duncan, a quick scout report of Butler. First pitch is a ball inside. Cardinals tied this game up thanks to Albert Pujols and a double in the bottom of the 9th. 2-0. A 2-1 pitch to Butler. On its way. Hammered out to deep center field. With room, though, is Taguchi, and he's got it. Troy Kate, a 1-2-3 11th. Pujols coming up. Can he finish it off? 6-6. Two pretty good players right there. George Brett and Albert Pujols.
Is that Ozzie in there too?
Yeah, Ozzie in front. Well, Pujols tied it up. Now can he win it? He's had a big night. On base 4 times.
David Risky appearing for the 33rd time. He has not won a game. He's 0-2.
Albert has a stolen base. RBI, run scored, 2 walks, double and a single. Pujols could win it with number 17. We were wondering about his eye way back when in the beginning of this game as he was hit by the baseball in a pop-up. How would it affect his hitting? Well, not one bit.
On base every plate appearance. Fielder's choice, stole the base first, base hit, couple walks, double an RBI in the ninth.
And an 0-2 pitch. Risky looked to be sliding or just slipping out there a little bit. Outfield is deep and straight away for Pujols. A 1-2 pitch.
Albert, there's a lot of people want to go home. You can make them all very happy.
The 2-2, and Pujols hits it out to right. Carries to the track and caught. Brings in Spezio, who has an RBI tonight, a run scored. Walked twice, one of those intentional. And he struck out. Singled back in the 7th.
Cardinals are 3-1 in extra inning games.
Spezio 1 for 6 against the Kansas City right-hander.
They have never scored in the 11th inning. The Cardinals have scored 2 runs in the 12th and gave up only 1. They have not played beyond the 12th. We're in the 11th now.
Strike 2 on Spezio. Oh, 2 pitch. 1-2. Spezio started the game in right field. He's moved to second base. 1-2 pitch. Out to shallow left, but hangs up there enough to be caught. 2 outs, and it brings in third baseman Scott Rowland. Two outs, nobody on. First pitch to Rowland is a strike. Homered in game 1 of this series. His last walk-off home run back in 1999.
Got to hit one at least once a millennium, don't you?
Be nice to see. About one with the Cardinals. 2-1 pitch. Duncan on deck.
He wants a new ball. Scott in great position right now. Look for a pitch in his zone, something he can drive. If it's not there, even if it's a strike, take it.
And Roland hits it hard, but it's backhanded. What a play. And the Cardinals are done here in the 11th. Terrific play to end the 11th inning. Herman with a gem over there. That's as good as it gets.
Rolling like. Backhands it, spins around, comes up, and throws across the diamond. Well, we played bonus baseball here tonight. 6-6 game as we move to the 12th inning. Interleague play, isn't it exciting? Get a taste of American League baseball for an hour and almost 20 minutes.
Yep. Troy Cate back to work after a scoreless 11th inning. We're in the 12th, and it's a 6-6 game. Bonus baseball, you gotta love it, Al.
Oh, absolutely. It's, you know, it's 12 runs, 25 hits, 6 errors.
0-2 pitch.
Got a chance to see virtually every player on both rosters.
Extended look here at Troy Cate. Looked pretty good in that first inning of work.
1-2-3, including a strikeout.
On one hop to the shortstop, Miles.
This game will end.
Tian is the first out here in the top of the 12th. Brings in the catcher, John Buck.
So for 4. Did have a sacrifice fly back in the first inning.
Well, Aaron Miles has played awfully well tonight.
Right. 5 for 6 offensively and some real nice plays defensively.
It's been at second and at short. Talked about him on the pregame show, just how well these bench guys have played this year for Tony La Russa. Bench came back from a year ago, and that has paid off. Buck is 0 for 4 tonight.
13 home runs are a career high.
Two-0 pitch. Popped up. Catch made by Pujols. The bottom of this inning, the Cardinals will have Duncan, Ludwick, and Stinnett coming up. Good work here by Troy Cate.
Absolutely. Chance to impress, and he's done so. Their answer to Aaron Miles is Gordon with 4 for 5. And all 4 of his hits are singles.
Young guy, it's got to be a relief for him to look up, not be at that 200 mark. He's now at 229. It takes a little bit of the pressure off.
Yeah, but in a week, he's gained over 29 points. He may not stop either.
Got to be careful here. He had a couple of home runs against the Cardinals last week in Kansas City, and one of those was against a left-hander. And he hits it out to center field. So Taguchi is back with room and makes the catch. So the Cardinals move to the bottom of the 12th, tied up. It's 6-6, and Duncan leads it off when we come back. Chris Duncan will lead it off for the Cardinals. 6-6 game.
Hey, I got some news for you.
Yes, sir.
Jeff Weaver got his first win tonight in Seattle.
pitched pretty well. So Duncan leads it off, followed by Ludwick and Stinnett. Fastball and a strike. And another fastball, and Duncan is shaking his head because against Mesh all he saw was breaking balls and off-speed pitches.
Guessing up there, and the thing was is one was away, the other one was in. Just got an RBI base hit on a more lefty today on a breaking ball. Oh no, that was, I'm still the starter.
Here's a 1-2, and Duncan picks up a base hit, and the winning run is on. Just went with the pitch.
Ball gets away, but no further advancement. Set up away. Another fastball, and he just big tree, big trunk out there, reaches out and just level swing, line drive out to the left field, his second hit.
See if Tony wants to bunt here. 9 innings for Weaver and 4 hits allowed. And swinging away is Ludwick. Ludwick came up with the bases loaded and 1 out, a chance to win the game in the 9th, and struck out. Jeff Weaver's ERA now stands at 8.56.
109 pitches. The way he has struggled, that I just wonder. Had the shutout, everything was going. How he's gonna, his arm's gonna feel tomorrow.
1 ball, 1 strike with a runner at first base. That's Duncan. 6-6 here in the 12th. Shallow right, and that's the first out. Well, coming up all next week on the Budweiser Cardinals Live postgame show, we take a look at Game 7 of the 2006 National League Championship Series, from the dramatic twists and turns of the 6th inning to the unexpected hero in the 9th, and the final out with a rookie closer on the mound and a Cardinal killer at the plate. That's all next week. Looking forward to that Budweiser Cardinal Live postgame show. We will be in New York and Shea Stadium beginning on Monday night.
Almost timed Duncan leaving the first base bag, trying to get his lead.
Stinnett with a double and 4 strikeouts. Oh, 1 pitch to Kelly Stinnett. Low and outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Duncan has got some speed. The Cardinals even think about trying to start him. Not much of a lead at first. Into right, that's a base hit. Duncan around second, on his way to third. First and third with 1 out. And the batter will be Troy Cate's spot. The Cardinals will go with Gary Bennett.
Just down the way, just put the bat on the ball, and there you talk about that speed of Duncan for a big man. He picks him up and lays him down, and Gary Bennett, the last position player available, will pinch hit here. And they are warming up Kip Wells if the Cardinals don't win it here in the bottom of the 11th. 12th.
And Troy Cate has pitched well enough to certainly earn the win tonight. He's pitched well. So Bennett pinch hitting for Cate and a chance to win it here.
Troy Cate was 2 innings pitched. Faced 6 men, retired all 6 men, won by strikeout, but everybody's pulling for Gary Bennett right now.
Runners scored 4 out of 6 times in this spot. Twice the Cardinals had bases loaded situations and couldn't cash in.
It's only 1 out, and the outfielders, anything hit to the outfielders, Duncan's going to score. Infielders are kind of playing in, so there's a big gap.
Middle infield can play for the double play, certainly,
yeah,
with
they're
Gary
not.
Bennett.
They're playing in for the play at the plate instead of playing back for the double play. That's a bit strange. Got Gary, a catcher running, a catcher on first, so any ground ball, you've got a good chance to turn 2. Pena, the shortstop's playing in front of the second base bag. Cortez, the second baseman, almost even with it. Not holding Stennett on.
And time is called. It's the last time the Cardinals squeezed.
So a weapon we've used in the past.
Yeah.
1-1 count.
The next to Bennett. That'll get your attention. 2 balls and a strike. Sitting on that bench for a long time, and then you get this.
Right. Yeah, the way he's been hit in the head once already this season. It was a breaking ball, and that would have done some damage. Tony doesn't like that, so he just gave him the hit sign and the game sign.
Runner at third is Duncan. Count of 2 balls and 1 strike on Bennett as time is called again. A 2-1 pitch. A pitch out, and 3-1.
If you're a catcher, I don't think you want to see Chris Duncan after a long day, the chance to have a collision at the plate. You don't want him running into you.
The 3-1 pitch. Bennett, a good rip, fouls it back.
And it sends to net on a 3-2 pitch. And them not holding him on, you might think that they might want to hold him on at first base to net.
The 3-2 pitch to Bennett. There he goes, up and in. Bases are loaded. And so Taguchi can atone for the pickoff at second base.
Also started this game by extending his season high and career high hitting streak to 13 games. And in the 10th inning, he had the double and then got picked off second base. So that's what you're talking about, atoning for that mistake. Now they've got the infield in. Outfielders are still way too deep.
Now Buck out to visit.
Long, frustrating night for one of these clubs. Even the winner is going to kind of have some question marks, but the Cardinals pull it out.
First pitch to Sho Taguchi is a foul ball. Strike one. So in his last at bat doubled in the 10th, but then was picked off at second base. So he represented the winning run. Nothing in two, the count.
Fastball right down the middle. Will this game end by midnight?
Taguchi in the hole, nothing in two. Here it comes, and he strikes out. Strikes out on 3 pitches, and it's up to Miles with 2 outs.
Took a fastball down the middle and then strikes out on a pitch up out of the strike zone.
Miles trying to make it a 6-hit night and a walk-off win. Bases loaded, 2 outs. First pitch to Miles is slap foul out of play.
He pitched well his 2 innings of work. Cardinals failed to score here. Kip Wells will come out of the bullpen. hope he learned something a few innings ago with the pitching lesson.
The 0-1 to Miles. Slapped out to left and caught. Brown catches it and sends us to the 13th. Last time we saw Kip Wells, he was making a start against the Kansas City Royals, and he lasted an inning and a third in that start. He's 2-11 on the season, now working out of the bullpen, and opponents are hitting .280 against him. So maybe this is something that he needs to get a win. Pitches scoreless inning, and the Cardinals win it.
Anything that you can turn into a positive is what he needs. You know, saw Marty Mason and Cal Eldred working with him in the bullpen a couple innings ago. And here he is having to pitch here in the 3rd inning.
Let's go back to the 9th inning. This is how we got here. Aaron Miles, 5-hit night. Cardinals down by a run. And Pujols thought he had a walk-off home run, but it was a game-tying double as Miles would score all the way from first. And tied it up at 6-6.
Cardinals now what, stranded 14 runners. Had numerous opportunities.
So a 6-6 game, and Kip Wells will work with Kelly Stinnett here. Neil Brown will lead it off for the Kansas City Royals. Cardinals have out hit Kansas City 15-12, but they've committed 4 errors. The Royals have committed 2.
Royals are going to wing their way to Milwaukee after this game.
Cardinals with the off day tomorrow. Phillies in town on Friday. Ground ball backhanded by Pujols. Leads Kip Wells to the bag. Good play all the way around.
Hard hit ball, but Gold Glover Albert, who committed 2 errors earlier in this ball game, makes a fine play. Backhands it, comes up on him, and he feeds his pitcher covering.
Cortez hitless tonight. First pitch is strike. Scott rolling in on the grass over 3rd. Breaking ball. Good pitch.
I can't remember what team it was, but they were saying last time they saw Kip Wells, one of the American League teams, said he was pitching out of the bullpen with the White Sox and just throwing the heck out of the ball.
0-2 pitch.
Still would be able to start on Sunday with a little bit of work here.
Depends how deep, though, he would have to go. Factor into the equation somewhat.
Yeah, just have to go to 25 innings. Yeah, he probably won't start. If he goes 1 or 2 innings, he probably will.
Check swing on a breaking ball. Held up, and it's 2-2. 2-2 is lined to short for out number 2.
Miles again. Rangy to his left, spearing the line drive.
Cardinals will have Albert Pujols to lead it off in the bottom half of this inning. This is Wells' 21st career appearance as a reliever. Last time it was September 9th of 2001. He's 3-1 in this role. And a 2.51 ERA. One-0 pitch to Tony Pena Jr. is popped up. Who wants it? Stinnett is there, puts it away. Good inning by Wells. Pujols leads it off. In the bottom of the 13th. All tied up at 6-6. Albert Pujols leads it off for the Cardinals as we move to the bottom of the 13th. Pujols, Spezio, and Roland for St. Louis. Cardinals are down to Tyler Johnson in their bullpen. They've even used Wainwright as a pinch hitter. Every position player has been used. And Pujols looks at a strike to start the bottom half of the 13th. Ironically enough, Wells' last win as a reliever was in a game against Kansas City.
I like it.
No balls, 2 strikes on Pujols. Albert tied it up. RBI double back in the 9th. The 1-2 pitch.
We could get into a situation where a little bit like Oquendo. Bring in Spezio to pitch. He's a pitcher of record. Still a ways away. I'm still a little upset that they signed Oka instead of giving him more pitching time.
2-2. Check that 3-2 on Pujols. Oka made a start tonight for Memphis. Went 5 innings in that game. Albert could end it right here. The 3-2 pitch. And that's outside. So the winning run is aboard. Here's Spezio.
Spezio said if they give him a little time on the mound where he could work on his splitter and his curveball, he said I could do it.
Said he was very happy with his velocity.
Got up to 87 in his inning of work over the weekend in Oakland. So he also could pitch and play second at the same time.
Scoreless inning, by the way.
Scoreless inning.
Pujols has a steal tonight.
Holding Albert on. There's Spezio up there. And Risky's throwing a lot of fastballs to these guys. See if Spezio doesn't catch one. Warming up Musser. Neil Musser, their last available relief pitcher.
Two and one. Two. Strikeout of Spezio. Good changeup, and Spezio saw a steady diet of those changeups in that at bat.
Just running down the way out of the strike zone, beyond his reach.
Scott Rowland was robbed his last time up.
He could be the hero. First time up, he hit a ball right on the button to line drive to right. The last one was a nice play by Herman, his counterpart at third.
Time is called, and they throw over. One out, runner at first, and Rowland picks up a single out to left center field. Pujols is trying for third. On his way there, and he is out. Been talking about going first to third all night. You know Pujols is always aggressive. And gunned down at third.
De Jesus, left-hand throwers are set up perfect with it for him, and he makes a strong throw. Albert tries to slide to the infield side, but not ahead of the tag. Albert running all the way. He slipped a little bit as he rounded second base.
Two outs, runner at first, and this is Duncan. 6-6 here in the 13th.
About this time is when games get fun. Now McClure going to come out and talk to Risky. He's got a lefty warming up.
Couple of hits for Duncan tonight. On base 3 times. Having a tough year in Kansas City, but playing hard tonight. Really have been playing hard night in and night out. Buddy Bell's reaction to that play at third.
Yeah. And then McClure delivered the, don't let this guy beat you, but don't put him on base. Boy, he's guessing. Guessing wrong. He's got 2 hits on the night and an intentional walk.
0-1 pitch. Strike two.
Change up there. How's your scorecard doing?
It's all right.
You're in good shape. Two pitch, 2 outs, and I'll worry about the runner at first.
Here's the 0-2. Ball, third strike. And Duncan slams the bat. Don't get thrown out. They need him. Six 16-4 for St. Louis. 6-12-2 for the Kansas City Royals. Top of the 14th. Esteban Herman, his third plate appearance of the night. And the first pitch by Wells is a strike.
Get that a 1-2-3 first inning, and had a little luck in there.
Well, check swing back to Kip Wells. Steps and throws to Pujols for out number 1. Kip has looked sharp.
He has, and maybe being sent to the bullpen, a little wake-up call. Didn't hang his head, but saw him working with Marty Mason and Cal Eldred down the bullpen. Gives him an opportunity to do a little more with Dave Duncan.
De Jesus, top of the lineup, looks at a strike.
Popping the ball.
Two for 6 with an RBI, couple of runs scored, and 2 singles.
All games are finals now, except for this one, and better than 5 hours of baseball.
0-2 the count on De Jesus. Shane Costa on deck. Pinch hitter for Risky. They would be down to Jason LaRue.
And be using their last bullpen or two.
Two pitch. Fair ball. De Jesus on his way to second. Will he try third? There he goes. Relay is not in time. It's a triple for David De Jesus, and now just 1 out here in the 14th.
Kip Wells, we're not backing up third base. It was Chris Duncan, the left fielder. So hard hit beyond the dive and reach of Pujols down into the corner. Leadoff man can run a little bit. Goes out there and he sees it out there. Already one out, so you get over there in third base and makes it easily.
So the Cardinals will pull the infield in with one out here in the 14th. And Shane Costa is the hitter. And the first pitch is up and in.
You know, that triple was the 25th triple that the Royals have hit this year. Cardinals have 5. Costa was hitting .378, third best in the PCL at the time of his recall, and he also had an active 19-game hitting streak going, longest in the minors this season.
Count of 1 ball, 1 strike. Infield is in. Runner at third. Long look by Wells, and he steps off.
Costa began the season 1 for 18, but has hit .464. Clip after the early drought. Grounded out as a pinch hitter last night in the 9th inning. He was recalled prior to last Thursday's game in Kansas City.
A 1-1 pitch. Costa swing and a miss. 1-2.
They've had some clutch pitching. Now it's time for the Cardinals to strand that man in scoring position. Good breaking ball. Nice block by Stinnett.
Cardinals looking ahead to the bottom of this inning will have Ludwick, Stinnett, and then Wells spot in the lineup. Left with Tyler Johnson out in the bullpen.
I think you got to let Wells
hit for himself,
and
no doubt
hope that they get a run. He's a pretty good hitter in his own right.
But you are down to Tyler Johnson, who's accustomed to maybe pitching an inning.
Yeah, so I mean, you let Kip stay in the game if you fail to score. They're down to their last pitcher.
2-2 the count on Costa. The next from Wells. Fouled back. Cardinals on 3 separate occasions tonight had the bases loaded and really could have done some damage and didn't do it. A couple of times winning run at third base, couldn't bring him in. Kansas City now with a crack at it. Another 2-2 pitch. Costa reaches for it, grounds to the second baseman. Run will not score, and De Jesus is stuck at third.
If you're running on contact, you know, you just take off. Get that deal, the hesitation, and then you're dead. So back in, from his perspective, he thought the ball was going to be right back to the pitcher. Got over the head there, and then he really was in no position to advance once it went to second baseman Spezia.
And Stinnett out to visit with Kip Wells. The batter is Martin, a dangerous bat in this lineup for Kansas City.
If you go back to a Sky report that Buddy Bell gave us in Kansas City, he said his clutch hitter, Martin.
He was in the minors for a month a season ago and then became their player of the year. So Cardinals aren't even going to mess with him. Intentional pass here of Tien. And they will deal with Buck, who is on deck.
It's 2 bad throws. Saw Dotel kind of just lollipopping the ball on a intentional pass, but you know, you can throw the ball a little harder. Make sure you have a little more accuracy.
So intentional pass to get to Buck. Buck homered in game 1 of this series. 2 outs, runners at first and third. For 5 tonight. Sacrifice fly back in the first. It was his 26th RBI. Trying to deliver here with 2 outs. First pitch to him. Tap foul as the runner from first was off of the pitch. Tien. Pujols playing behind him, so he just take the bag at second.
Fouled pitch off, so he has to go back.
6-6 here in the 14th inning. Strike 2.
Crowd maybe for the first time all year has gotten behind Kip Wells.
Runners now at second base and third. The 0-2 pitch from Wells. Got him. Gets out of the jam and sends us to the bottom of the 14th, tied up. It's 6-6. Ludwick, Stinnett, and Wells due up for St. Louis. Jorge De La Rosa wasn't expecting this because he is listed as tomorrow night's starter for the Kansas City Royals, but because of the situation as we play here in the 14th, he comes into the ballgame. 6-6 here in the bottom of the 14th.
He was going to be looking to snap a 6-start victory drought, losing 5 decisions in that span. Most recent was Saturday night at home when he lost to Florida, dropping a 9-8 decision. He went 4 2/3, allowing 7 runs on 13 hits.
Ludwick is over 2. He had a chance to win the game with the bases loaded, 1 out, couldn't do it.
Cardinals will remember him from his Milwaukee days. De La Rosa.
Ryan Ludwick. First pitch fouled back. Of course, older brother Eric, a pitcher in the major leagues. Ryan was drafted by the A's in 1999 out of UNLV. Oh, 1 pitch. Ludwick here, then Stinnett, and the Cardinals have a decision on Kip Wells. Nobody getting loose in the bullpen, so it looks like he'll hit for himself.
Absolutely.
Oh, 2 pitch.
Ludwick had a crucial pinch hitting appearance in the 9th inning with the bases loaded, only 1 out, struck out. He line out to right. What's he going to do in the 14th?
2-2 pitch. Hammered out to left center field. At the track, at the wall, this game is over. Ludwick wins it in the 14th. His 4th is a walk-off home run.
We haven't seen the hop for a while, have we?
And Kip Wells gets a win tonight.
That's great. Maybe that's what Kip needed more than anything, to pitch so well and be rewarded with a win. That was part of Tony's game plan also. Big and strong, and he gets a fastball out over the plate, and there is no doubt about it as he sends his crowd home happy with that home run. He atoned for that strikeout in the bottom of the 9th with the bases loaded.
So Ludwick, the game winner. The Cardinals take 2 of 3 against the Kansas City Royals. Final tonight, 7-6. Player of the game coming up next. Seven 17-4 for the Cardinals, 6-13-2 for the Kansas City Royals. De La Rosa takes a loss. He's 4-8. Good to see Kip Wells pick up a win. He's now 3-11. Ryan Ludwick, in the last 10 games he has played in, Al, has 4 home runs. He's really providing a spark for this team.
Well, you remember early in the season we used to talk about Duncan and how every time he come to the plate you knew that something exciting could happen. Well, you get the same feeling with Ludwick. You know, he can be very special because of his power. Yeah, he failed in the 9th inning, but he came through here when it counts in the 14th. This would have been a very tough loss for the Cardinals, and they make him very happy. We haven't seen the hop for quite a while, and then Ludwick provided one tonight.
Yeah, for the Cardinals, you know, so many chances in that game, and that's what you're talking about. It would have been tough not to see them win, but they do get it. They take 2 of 3 against the Kansas City Royals, and the postgame show, late edition, is coming up with Pat Barris. Pat?
Yeah, don't go home yet, guys. We need to hear from you one more time as we wrap things up on Budweiser Cardinals Live. Of course, we'll bring you an interview with the star of the game, Ryan Ludwick. Jim Hayes will have that. Rick Horton will join me to break things down. Keep it right here. Plenty to come, including Tony La Russa's comments as well, here on FSN Midwest. Budweiser Cardinals Live coming up in just moments.